Chapter 1832. This was because she could clearly feel that Elder Liang's strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of the Liang family's fourth young master. In fact, he was not much weaker than a true saint. Such a person was extremely terrifying. She had to deal with him with all her might. "You're the one who provoked the Liang family." Elder Liang stared at Lu Mingyue and sneered. "Little girl, I advise you to obediently admit your mistakes and follow me back to the Liang family to receive punishment. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "Humph." Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. Just as she was about to say something, a burst of laughter came from afar. "Regret? What's there to regret? The Liang family provoked us first. Moreover, who wouldn't get injured in a martial arts competition? As for returning to the Liang family to receive punishment, it's simply ridiculous." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to stand up at this time and openly go against the Liang family. Wasn't this an act of courting death? The Liang family's martial artists' faces were also gloomy. They were extremely angry and looked around coldly. "How dare you go against the Liang family? Get out here. It seems that you don't know how powerful the Liang family is. Kid, no matter who you are, you're dead meat." Angry roars came one after another. Meanwhile, Elder Liang's gaze was also focused. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" Elder Liang's voice was cold. The surrounding people also followed his gaze and turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, they all looked at Lin Xian. "Who is this person?" These people looked at Lin Xian and frowned. "Who is he? Is he a genius of the younger generation? Maybe he's a genius disciple of a large faction who has a grudge against the Liang family." Everyone guessed. Indeed, although the Liang family was powerful, they were not invincible. Naturally, they had enemies. Those who dared to go against the Liang family at this time must be those enemies. The gazes of those martial practitioners of the Liang family, however, constantly swept over Lin Xian. Then, they seemed to have discovered something and asked carefully. Later, they looked up to the sky and laughed with endless arrogance. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of expert it was. So, it's just a 5-star king. Kid, with your little cultivation and strength, it's simply not enough. Any expert from our Liang clan can easily kill you. I think water must have entered your brain, idiot. How dare you provoke our Liang clan?" The Liang family martial artists sneered disdainfully. They discovered that Lin Xian's cultivation was no threat to them at all. Everyone else was in a daze. "What? 5-star king? How is this possible?" Then, they checked Lin Xian's cultivation level and were all dumbstruck. Zhang Tian's cultivation was really only at the level of a 5-star king. But how was this possible? How could a 5-star king realm cultivator dare to provoke the innocent family? There were many experts from the Liang clan here, and there were even quite a few 6-star kings. In other words, even 5-star king tiers weren't strong enough here. Even ordinary 6-star kings didn't have any hope against the Liang family. They thought that since Lin Xian dared to openly defy the Liang clan, he must be an expert. At least an elite among 6-star kings. But they didn't expect that not only was the other party not an elite genius, but he wasn't even a 6-star king. He was just a puny 5-star king. Such a person dared to defy the Liang clan. "Kid, I'll remember you. When we leave the Purple Cloud Palace later, I'll kill you with one slap." The innocent family martial artists sneered, their eyes filled with killing intent. They wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to openly defy them. If it weren't for the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace, they would have gone up and killed him with one slap. Lin Xian put down the wine cup in his hand and slowly stood up. Out of the purple cloud palace. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll accept your challenge now. What? Accept the Liang clan's challenge. Is this kid crazy? He actually wants to attack the Liang clan. Does he know what kind of existence the Liang clan is? Where did this silly kid come from? I don't think he's from the North region. He's definitely not from the North region. In the North region, everyone knows of the Liang clan's existence. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. The Liang clan martial artist sneered, "Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Since you're in a hurry to die, we'll fulfill your wish." On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand and tossed out a large number of subdivine crystals to buy the battle quota. Then, his figure swayed and came to Lu Mingyue's side. "Leave the rest to me." "Okay." Lu Mingyue nodded and left the battle area to watch the battle. What? They're actually in cahoots. Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. They originally thought that Lin Xian was just a silly kid, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian was actually related to Lu Mingyue. And it seemed that the two of them knew each other. I was wondering where this silly kid came from. It turns out that he wants to be a hero saving the damsel in distress. But unfortunately, being a hero also requires strength. Otherwise, he'll only be a coward. The Liang clan martial artist sneered, "Kid, since you know that witch, that's great. Today, I'll kill both of you together. I want to let the world know the consequences of offending our Liang clan." Lin Xian sneered, "So much nonsense. Who's going first?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ignored those Liang clan martial artists outside and stared at Elder Liang instead. No way. Is he going to attack Elder Liang? Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw this scene. This kid is too reckless, isn't he? How dare you? The Liang clan martial artists roared, "Kid, with your status, you want to challenge our elder? You're really reckless. I can deal with you alone." A young man walked out of the crowd with a cold gaze and stared at Lin Xian. "Elder, let me kill him," the young man said quickly. Hearing this, Elder Liang nodded slightly. Indeed, with his status, it was still acceptable if he wanted to deal with Lu Mingyue. If he attacked a 5-star king, he would probably be laughed at. Moreover, he disdained to attack a 5-star king. Therefore, even if he spent a lot of money to buy a battle spot, he would silently allow it. After getting Elder Liang's approval, the cold young man quickly bought a battle spot. Then, he sneered and came to the battle area. "Kid, you're really reckless. I'll kill you with my own hands now. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our Liang clan." The cold young man was really too excited. In such a scene, if he could easily kill the other party, it would definitely shock everyone. He might even be favored by the elder, and his status in the clan would be greatly improved. Chapter 1833. The gloomy youth was very excited. Fortunately, he had acted quickly. Otherwise, this precious opportunity would have been snatched away by others. Sure enough, many youths from the Liang family shook their heads and sighed with gloomy expressions. Damn it! We were too slow. This was because they also wanted to seize this opportunity to stand out. However, they were one step too slow and had been snatched away by the other party. How could they know that this was not an opportunity to become famous at all? Instead, it was a chance to get close to the Grim Reaper. Whoever snatched this spot would probably end up very miserably. This was because Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than Lu Mingyue's. Kid, are you going to kneel and accept your death, or do you want me to forcefully break your legs? The gloomy youth revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xian had an impatient look on his face. He had one hand behind his back and the other extended forward in a provocative gesture. Come, I'll let you use one hand. What? Let him use one hand. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for the gloomy youth from the Liang family, he was even more furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. You're courting death. With a furious roar, the gloomy youth's body exploded. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. He waved his fists with surging power. They were like mountains as they ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Xian. Not to mention a 5-star king, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand this punch. Therefore, in his opinion, this move was enough to kill the other party. Boom! However, in the face of the gloomy youth's strength, Lin Xian's action was very simple. He immediately slapped him across the face. Paw! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out in the air. The gloomy youth was directly sent flying, screaming in pain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect the gloomy youth to be sent flying with a single slap. How was this possible? Although the gloomy youth's battle prowess was not at the level of the Liang family's young master, he was still a 6-star king. Killing a 5-star king could be said to be a piece of cake. But now, he was actually sent flying with a single slap. Moreover, the other party was only a 5-star king. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. On the other hand, the Liang family was in an even greater uproar. Those martial artists were all frowning, and their faces were gloomy. Damn it! What is that guy doing? He can't even take care of a 5-star king. How embarrassing. If I had known, I would have let me go. Those people were extremely displeased because they'd already lost enough face, yet they'd never imagined that they'd actually be slapped in public by a 5-star king. If they didn't take revenge for this, they wouldn't have the face to live anymore. Stand up and fight back. Kill him. Damn it, what are you doing? Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Angry roars rang out one after another. Those young disciples of the Liang clan couldn't help but want to attack. The gloomy youth in front of him was sent flying with a single slap. More than half of the bones in his body were shattered. He was incomparably crazy. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up and fight back. But very soon, he was stunned, and even his expression became incomparably terrified. Damn it, that's impossible. Where's my power? What did you do to me? Although Lin Xian's previous slap had seriously injured him, it wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight. But now, he actually didn't have a trace of power. What was going on? What happened? The surrounding cultivators were extremely puzzled because they didn't know what had happened at all. Meanwhile, the gloomy youth stared fixedly at Lin Xian and roared crazily, "Damn it, you crippled my cultivation." What? Everyone was stunned. A 5-star king had easily crippled a 6-star king's cultivation. How was that possible? But this scene really happened in front of them. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and sucked in a cold breath. They knew that they'd underestimated this young man in front of them. Since he could become companions with that mysterious woman and had the confidence to continue challenging the Liang clan. This meant that his strength was definitely incomparably powerful, and he wasn't even inferior to that mysterious woman. It was laughable that they'd mocked his cultivation and even thought that he was crazy. Now, it seemed that he wasn't crazy at all because he had the strength. Crippling a 6-star king with a slap wasn't something that just anyone could do. It had to be an extremely powerful expert to be able to do it. The Liang clan's cultivators also widened their eyes, not daring to believe the scene in front of them. The hearts of those young disciples trembled, but they also felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, they weren't the ones who stood out previously. Otherwise, they would be the ones crippled now. As for Elder Liang, his expression was gloomy and cold. He didn't expect the Liang clan to suffer another blow. The next moment, he strode forward, looked at the gloomy youth kneeling on the ground, and snorted coldly. Useless trash. You've humiliated the Liang clan. After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked the other party away. The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength. However, since you dared to provoke the Liang clan, I won't let you off. And that demonic woman companion of yours, I'll kill you all together. Does your Liang clan only know how to talk big? Lin Xian sneered. You can kill me if you want, but do something. Otherwise, only your Liang clan will be slapped in the face. After saying that, Lin Xian put away his smile and took a step forward. A sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept forward. Whoosh! Facing this cold sword chi, everyone was terrified, and their bodies trembled. They realized that they had indeed underestimated their opponent. This sword chi was too tyrannical, and they couldn't resist it at all. On the opposite side, Elder Liang also narrowed his eyes. Boy, you've indeed hidden your strength. But so what? Today, I'll let you know the true strength of the Liang clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura also surged out of the middle-aged man's body and spread in all directions. Caw caw caw. In an instant, the auras of the two people clashed in the air, creating an intense collision that sounded like a thunderclap. This aura directly alarmed the other cultivators in the hall. There's a fight between experts. Instantly, countless people gathered in this direction. They were too excited because just from the aura alone, they could tell that the people fighting were definitely super experts. This kind of battle was not something that could be seen all the time. Therefore, they all rushed over to watch the battle. Not only that, but a few terrifying figures also appeared nearby. A hazy figure appeared with a bright light, as if she was the goddess of moonlight. What? That's the saintess of the moon-worshipping sect. She's here too. Seeing that hazy figure, everyone cried out in alarm. When the others found out, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that this battle would attract a saintess to watch it. The moon-worshipping sect was an unparalleled sect in the eastern wilderness, and they were very powerful. Chapter 1834. The Reverence Moon Saintess was covered in moonlight. Her entire body was blurry, and no one could see through her. However, this mysterious feeling aroused everyone's curiosity. Boom! However, at this moment, another enormous aura surged forth. It was as if a huge mountain had suddenly descended. It was a tall young man, and he looked like a god of war. Every step he took was filled with an aura that could crush the heavens. The four symbols Holy Sun is here too. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the four symbols Holy Fingers to appear after the Reverence Moon Saintess. What's going on? Why are there so many Holy Suns and Saintesses here? Could it be that something big has happened in the North region? Everyone was discussing. Crack! Crack! On the other side, countless bolts of lightning surrounded a purple figure in the void. He was like a god of thunder, standing on a thundercloud and looking down. The thousand lightning Holy Sun. Heavens, the third Holy Sun has appeared. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that a battle would attract so many top-notch peerless experts. Those were the Holy Suns and Saintesses, the most powerful existences in the younger generation. Usually, they would not have the chance to see them. Now, not only did they see them, but they also saw 3 of them. Everyone was discussing, and their hearts were pounding. But soon, they shifted their gazes because the battle was about to begin. Lin Xian was like a peerless divine sword, extremely sharp. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His whole person was extremely sharp. That terrifying aura shrouded the entire space. Elder Liang snorted coldly, and his robe fluttered. He was like a peerless god of war that had descended to the mortal world. Go to hell. Elder Liang roared and punched out. The terrifying fist condensed in the air, and it was like 100,000 mountains, and slammed down. Lin Xian's eyes were also focused. He waved his arm, and rays of sword light flashed and rushed forward. Sword chi soared into the sky, and each ray of sword light contained peerless killing intent. The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they exclaimed. That was because the sword chi was too terrifying. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Lightning Holy Sun, and the others looked solemn. Who is this kid? How can he be so fierce? The Reverend Moon Saintess whispered to herself. On the other side, the myriad Thunder Saint's eyes flickered. This was because he felt a sense of familiarity from these sharp sword energies. However, he wasn't completely sure. Boom! The 2 forces collided and suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy surged. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The demon sword soared through the air and slashed down with great force. The black sword chi was like a mountain, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Not only that, there were 6 different colored sword chis flashing behind him, quickly combining and interweaving. It formed a sword diagram that shrouded the area ahead. That sword diagram was incomparably terrifying. It blossomed with exquisite radiance, instantly enveloping Elder Liang. What a terrifying sword diagram! Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the expressions of the experts who had looked down on him earlier changed. This was because they realized that the sword diagram was truly too terrifying. If they were to go against him, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. He would most likely be killed in an instant. No one dared to look down on Lin Xian anymore, even though the cultivation base he was currently displaying was still that of a 5-star king. Get lost! Elder Liang roared angrily. He looked at the sword diagram that was descending from the sky, his entire being incomparably furious. Boom! His fist blasted out, carrying a supreme domineering aura. The terrifying fists were like meteorites, rushing into the sky. Boom! 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 These fists were too terrifying. They quickly collided with the sword diagram, producing violent fluctuations. The 2 sides fought and were in a deadlock. Seeing this scene, the Liang family's cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their elder Liang was able to resist this terrifying sword diagram. Otherwise, if he couldn't resist it, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences at all. The others were also moved. This elder Liang was indeed worthy of being the eldest young master's former master. His strength was indeed formidable. He could easily block such a terrifying sword diagram. Lin Xian also raised his brows. One had to admit that the other party's strength was indeed formidable. It was just that he was a little old. Otherwise, if he was a few hundred years younger, he might be able to become a saint-level figure. In the next moment, he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire person transformed into a stream of light, rapidly charging forward. He waved his long sword, and various terrifying unique skills were quickly unleashed. Brat, you're too arrogant. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, Elder Liang roared in anger, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Boom! Incomparably terrifying energy erupted from his body, and he then struck out with his palm. Green light flickered in his hand, and countless wind blades surrounded it. It easily cut through the void, and grabbed towards Lin Xian. Green light godly wind palm. Many people exclaimed in surprise, because this was a terrifying unique skill of the Liang family. The Liang family's cultivators were excited, because their elder had finally used a powerful killing move. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the others in the distance had a solemn look on their faces. This was because they had heard of this unique skill before. Feeling the terrifying power of the green palm, Lin Xian's expression also turned solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his left fist was like a dragon, punching out. Dragon Shadow Rampage. The terrifying fist carried an aura that could destroy the world, accompanied by countless black dragon shadows, instantly covering the entire void. Boom! 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 The black dragon shadows that filled the sky instantly rushed towards the green palm, and immediately shattered the wind blades that filled the sky. In the next moment, the two of them fought together, and they kept exchanging blows. Terrifying super skills were quickly displayed. Every single one of them was a unique skill, and they all contained unlimited power. Everyone was dazzled, and they exclaimed in surprise. This was because they realized that the two of them were simply too powerful. Elder Liang was an elite among the 6-star kings, and he was able to teach someone like the eldest young master. It could be said that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Elder Liang's strength was within their expectations. However, Lin Xian's strength surprised them greatly. This young man that they had once looked down on had now displayed unparalleled combat strength, and his ever-changing martial skills. This really made them exclaim in surprise. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparable divine furnace appeared in the void. The scarlet divine furnace was extremely bright red, as if it was made with fresh blood. Not only that, but there was also a flaming phoenix on top of it. A monstrous flame aura rushed towards them, as if it was going to burn the world. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who didn't know would think that it was an earth-rank treasure. However, everyone clearly saw that this terrifying flaming phoenix divine furnace was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi. Chapter 1835. This terrifying flaming phoenix divine cauldron was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi. This technique was heaven-defying. Boom! 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 The flaming phoenix divine cauldron shone brightly in the sky. Then, a phoenix rushed out of the flames. Carrying a sky full of fire, it quickly charged towards Elder Liang. All of this was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi, but it was so real. Although the surrounding people were separated by a defensive formation, they could still feel the monstrous heat of the flaming phoenix. Ordinary 6-star kings could not resist this aura at all. Elder Liang's expression was also solemn. He roared and waved his palms continuously. Suddenly, countless green gusts of wind swirled in front of him and then burst out. Strong winds swept across the sky, and walls of wind covered the sky to resist the flaming phoenix. The wind and fire clashed, creating a huge wave of energy. In an instant, countless black cracks appeared in the void. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was simply way too strong. At this moment, the flaming phoenix that was formed and the divine cauldron that was emitting a torrential aura behind him tore apart the raging winds. Liang family. Arrogant. Today, I'll suppress you. Lin Xian was like a demon as he controlled the huge cauldron and quickly suppressed it. Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. The warriors of the Liang family were even more upset. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even suppress their elder. Humph. However, Elder Liang snorted coldly. Then, he took out a long blue sword from his storage ring and quickly slashed forward. 9 slashes wild sword. Elder Liang roared crazily and slashed out 9 sharp sword lights. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the sky with monstrous power. This was not an ordinary saber light, but a very strange saber light. Not only did it cause physical harm to the warrior, but it could also destroy the soul. It could be said that it was both powerful and strange. It was impossible to guard against. That's great. Elder Liang has finally used his ultimate move. That kid is dead meat. Humph, of course. Once the 9 slashes wild blade is unleashed, I'm afraid that no one below the Almighty can resist it. No matter how powerful that kid is, he won't be able to avoid this kind of soul attack. Let him be arrogant again. When I catch him, I'll definitely cut him into 108,000 pieces. Let him know the consequences of offending our Liang clan. When those martial artists from the Liang family saw this scene, they all laughed maniacally. This was because they were extremely confident in the 9 slashes wild blade. In the sky, 9 dazzling saber lights flashed. Each of them was extremely sharp and carried a terrifying killing intent. The saber radiance swept across heaven and earth, completely sealing Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads and sighed. In their view, no matter how valiant Lin Xian was, he would not be able to withstand the 9 slashes wild blade. Sigh, he's definitely going to lose. Although that kid is strong, he is still too young after all. His experience and combat strength are not as good as Elder Liang's. Elder Liang is incomparably terrifying. Back then, he almost became the eldest son of the Liang clan. Although they didn't succeed in the end, the foundation that they have accumulated over the years is not something that any youngster can contend against. Everyone sighed. In the crowd, Lu Mingyue's eyes also flickered, but she was still very calm. This was because she knew that this kind of attack was not enough to pose a fatal threat to Lin Xian. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the 9 saber lights flashing around him and sneered. Then, countless sword chi condensed behind him, forming the 6 sword deity phantoms. Kill! Lin Xian roared and began to counterattack with the 6 sword deity phantoms. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Each of the 6 sword deity phantoms was extremely terrifying. In addition to Lin Xian's original body, a terrifying power filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire void began to tremble. If it were not for the defensive formation in this area, it would have been destroyed in an instant. Following Lin Xian's counterattack, the terrifying saber radiance in the sky also dimmed, and some even began to shatter. How is this possible? The 9 slashes wild blade was actually broken. Am I dreaming? How can this brat's sword chi be so strong? Even the slashes wild blade could not resist it. What kind of sword technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? Could this kid be from the Myriad Swords Manor? Crazy exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's sword chi. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the 4 Symbol Saint looked extremely serious. This kind of sword chi was beyond their expectations. Looking at the terrifying attack, Elder Liang's face was extremely ugly. He originally thought that he could easily kill Lin Xian with the 9 slashes wild blade. But now, his ultimate move was broken again. This made his heart feel unusually heavy. In the distance, Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered when she saw this scene. To be honest, she knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. Lin Xian's combat strength had increased too quickly in such a short period of time. He was much more terrifying than when she first met him. Thinking of this, a touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of Lu Mingyue's mouth. With his terrifying growth speed, even if she became the saintess of all beginnings in the future, it would be difficult for her to surpass him. In front of them, the two exchanged dozens of blows and then quickly distanced themselves from each other. Among them, Lin Xian looked calm and his aura was even. On the other side, Elder Liang's face was extremely ugly. The reason for that was because the battle this time had truly exceeded his expectations. Now he also understood why Lin Xian dared to provoke the Liang family. With his current combat strength, Lin Xian was definitely an elite among the six-star kings. With such combat strength and such a young age, he was definitely a young genius. Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. You're beyond my expectations. Elder Liang's face was cold, and his body was surging with killing intent. But do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. I'll let you know my true strength. It turns out that Elder Liang did not use his full strength. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The Reverence Moon Saintess, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbol Saint nodded slightly. They could also see that Elder Liang should still have some unique skills that he had not used. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm. How could he not know that Elder Liang had hidden his skills? Moreover, he did not use his full strength. Therefore, in the next moment, he said indifferently, use whatever skills you have. I'll take it. Humph. Elder Liang snorted coldly, thinking that Lin Xian was trying to be brave. In the next moment, he opened his mouth, and his aura suddenly soared. Then, he spat out a mass of green air. The air was very small, and it was faint green, blooming with green light. However, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made everyone's expression change drastically. This is the North Pole wind. Someone exclaimed, and his face was full of horror. At this moment, whether it was the Liang family's martial artists, other experts, or even the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Myriad Thunder Saint, they all looked extremely solemn. Chapter 1836. Whether it was the warriors of the Liang family or the other experts, even the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Thousand Thunder Saint, they all looked extremely serious. Obviously, they had heard of the Arctic wind. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents. The northern region was in the north of the eastern wilderness, and further north was the northern plains continent. The climate there was completely different, and there was often a world of ice and snow. In the extreme north of the northern plains continent, there was an iceberg. It was said that the wind from there was called the Arctic wind. That place was extremely terrifying, and it was almost a forbidden area for humans. There were no demonic beasts there. However, there was a very strange fish that lived there. The Arctic wind was contained in the body of the Arctic fish. It was said that the Arctic wind was so terrifying that it could easily freeze a king to death. One could imagine the terrifying energy it contained. However, they did not expect Elder Liang to have something as terrifying as the Arctic wind on him. In the sky, the Arctic wind was only the size of a fist, and it kept spinning in the air. However, the aura it emitted made all the martial artists shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian was also astonished. He was naturally able to sense the power brought about by the cold wind. He did not expect Elder Liang to have such a treasure. It was even more threatening to him than an upper-grade Earth-rank artifact. Boom! At this moment, Elder Liang let out a long laugh. Suddenly, the Arctic wind in front of him expanded and spun rapidly, forming a terrifying gale that enveloped the surroundings. Kid, I didn't want to use this method, but you're the one who asked for it. You should be proud that you forced me to use the Arctic wind. Elder Liang's voice was cold. Even his body was covered in frost. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Originally, he felt that the Arctic wind was a little troublesome. However, it seemed that it was not that difficult to deal with now. Based on the current situation, Elder Liang could not fully control the Arctic wind. This gave him a chance. The next moment, he said coldly, "Although the Arctic wind is powerful, it seems that you haven't fully mastered it. You're in a hurry to use it now. Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Kid, don't be delusional. Although I haven't fully grasped it, it's enough to kill you." In the next moment, Elder Liang controlled the Arctic wind and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Hoo hoo hoo. A cold wind blew in the sky, and a terrifying white storm swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, it turned into ice and frost. The expressions of the spectating kings all changed. This was because the cold air was too terrifying. If they were hit by this wind, no matter how strong they were, they would probably be frozen into ice dregs. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. This Arctic wind is extremely terrifying. Even a powerful being might not be able to withstand it. Humph, he dares to oppose my Liang clan again. He's done for this time around. What a pity for such a young genius. Looking at this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, without exception, they all believed that Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son, and the others shook their heads slightly. Then they turned around and prepared to leave. Boom! The white storm surged, and the Arctic wind quickly enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm. He felt the terrifying cold wind, and even the spiritual energy in his body was about to be frozen. But soon, he snorted and activated the sea god's ice in his body. Instantly, an equally terrifying and monstrous ice power erupted. Boom! Caw caw caw! In the next moment, the blue light on Lin Xian's body exploded, and blue crystals that looked like water droplets appeared in front of him. He released a terrifying power to resist the white storm. Icy power, this kid also has the icy power. At this moment, many people exclaimed. It was obvious that everyone was surprised that Lin Xian could use the power of frost. The warriors from the Liang clan sneered. It was just an ordinary icy power. How could it compete with the Arctic wind? Just wait and see. In the next moment, he would be frozen into an ice cube. Seeing this, Elder Liang sneered and shook his head. He activated the Arctic wind even more crazily. Caw caw caw. But soon, his face turned pale because he found that his opponent seemed to be able to resist his Arctic wind. What? How is this possible? It can't be. That kid really withstood the Arctic wind. Heavens, am I dreaming? What kind of means did he use? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had never thought that Lin Xian could resist the Arctic wind. At this moment, even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the 1000 Thunder Saint, and the 4 Symbol Saint stopped. They were ready to leave because they thought there was no suspense in this battle. But now, they were equally surprised. Because things were beyond their expectations. Instead of being frozen, Lin Xian resisted the Arctic wind. How was this possible? The Arctic wind was so terrifying that even an almighty would have to retreat. How did that kid resist it? The Reverend Moon Saintess frowned. The other party seems to also possess a type of ice power. Could it be that he can contend against the Arctic wind? The 1000 Thunder Saint's eyes flickered. The 4 Symbol Saint guessed, is it because Elder Liang has just obtained the Arctic wind and hasn't cultivated it well enough? Is that why he can't unleash the full power of the Arctic wind? The fact that Lin Xian was able to withstand the Arctic wind stunned everyone present. Even the three sons of the great sage were guessing what kind of means Lin Xian had used. Impossible, damn it. This is absolutely impossible. How can you resist the Arctic wind? The one who was most shocked was of course Elder Liang. He knew the power of the Arctic wind best. Although he hadn't fully refined it, no one below the Almighty could resist it. But now, Lin Xian was able to resist it. This surprised him. The Arctic wind is indeed terrifying. But you don't have enough and you haven't fully refined it. Don't you think it's too naive to use such a half-finished product to resist it? Lin Xian sneered. He activated the sea god's ice and the terrifying icy power spread rapidly. Caw caw caw. The Arctic wind that filled the sky trembled rapidly and was even about to be suppressed. Heavens, how is this possible? The Arctic wind is at a disadvantage. Although Elder Liang hadn't fully refined the Arctic wind, it wasn't something that other ice could resist. Everyone was shocked. Even Lu Mingyue was surprised. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. Chapter 1837. She did not expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. One had to know that Lin Xian had the sea god's ice. It was also a legendary ice treasure. It was even rumored that someone had frozen the entire sea with a peerless divine ability. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of ice was. At this moment, it was perfect to deal with the Arctic wind. Boom boom boom. The two powers of ice collided in the air, and the Arctic wind was gradually suppressed. Not only that, but Elder Liang was also in a very bad state. He had not completely refined the Arctic wind to begin with. He had forcibly used it, causing the frost aura on his body to increase. Coupled with the threat of the sea god's ice, Elder Liang finally could not take it anymore. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. Seeing this, the warriors of the Liang family went crazy. That was their hope, but they could not do anything to Lin Fan. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? They were in despair. You've lost. Take your people and get lost. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and said indifferently. Impossible. Damn it, how could I lose? I don't believe it. Elder Liang went crazy. He could not accept this reality. In the next moment, he swallowed a few elixirs and the power in his body exploded. Kid, no one can defeat me, and no one dares to provoke the Liang family. Go to hell. At this moment, Elder Liang was in a frenzy. His entire body carried the North Pole wind as he rushed over quickly. Whoosh! The wind whistled and completely froze the space. Not only that, but two icy whirlwind hands quickly formed and slammed toward Lin Xian. Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian snorted with a cold expression. To be honest, he did not want to kill Elder Liang because he did not have a deep grudge with the Liang family. But now, Elder Liang wanted to kill him, so he had to fight back. With a wave of his hand, the power of ice quickly surged and turned into a blue ice sword that Lin Xian held in his hand. Buzz! With a swing of the sword, a terrifying power of ice exploded. Not only that, but it also contained a monstrous murderous aura. Boom! With a slash of the sword, the Arctic wind that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. The two large white hands were also split in half from the middle. Elder Liang's body trembled as he fell from the sky. This sword was simply too sharp, directly splitting Elder Liang into two halves. However, his body did not split apart. The reason for that was because the power of the sea god's ice had instantly frozen Elder Liang's body, turning him into an ice sculpture. With a plop, the ice cube fell to the ground. It was smashed into pieces. The battlefield was completely silent. Because everyone was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. He was an elder of the Liang family. They were the elites among 6-star kings. But now, he had been killed instead. This was simply inconceivable. No. Elder. The warriors of the Liang family reacted. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces as they shouted crazily. They were truly unable to accept the reality before their eyes. On the other side, Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. He was shocked. Originally, she thought that she already knew enough about Lin Xian, but now it seemed that her knowledge was too shallow. Lin Xian had too many tricks up his sleeves. She couldn't see through him at all. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess, Thousand Thunder Saint, for Symbol Saint, and other Skyprides were also frowning. Lin Xian's combat strength was beyond their expectations. Moreover, he was very young, even younger than them. Such a person was enough to threaten them. Therefore, in the next moment, all eyes were on Lin Xian. These eyes contained different emotions. Some were shocked, some were praising, and some even had a hint of hidden killing intent. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. He stood with his hands behind his back. He was extremely calm, just like a sword immortal. Kid, you dare to kill an elder of the Liang family. You're dead meat. Kill him and avenge Elder Liang. The warriors of the Liang family roared crazily. Some of them couldn't even control their emotions as they charged towards Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Battles were unpredictable. If the other party dared to attack him, he wouldn't mind killing them all. The battle was about to break out again. However, before Lin Xian could attack, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the void. Instantly, the few warriors of the Liang family were shrouded. A huge wave of energy swept over from the sky like a wave, intimidating the entire space. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble in fear. This aura was much stronger than that of Elder Liang and the others. It was obvious that this person had entered the ranks of the Almighties. Don't you know the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace? A majestic voice came from the sky. It was the people of the Purple Cloud Palace. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. They knew that the Gu family had interfered. The few disciples of the Liang family who had gone crazy were also shocked. Then, their expressions returned to normal. They could feel the fierce aura surrounding them, and a strong sense of fear appeared in their eyes. Do you want to break the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace? At this moment, the majestic voice came again. No, we don't dare. The warriors of the Liang family hurriedly shook their heads. First of all, this was the territory of the Gu family. The Liang family did not even have any almighties present. Therefore, if a fight really broke out, they would not be able to resist at all. Moreover, the Liang family would not easily start a war with the clan of the ancients over an elder. Therefore, at this moment, they could only endure. Kid, just you wait. When we get out of the Purple Cloud Palace, you'll be in for it. When the time comes, I'll show you the true power of the Liang family. There will be no place for you in the North region. The warriors of the Liang family roared crazily. Then, they glared at Lin Xian coldly. Let's go. In the next moment, they snorted and turned to leave quickly. In the main hall, the surrounding warriors were still in shock. A series of discussions and crazy screams could be heard. Obviously, the impact of this battle on them was too great. It was expected that Lin Xian's combat strength was too strong. He was not much weaker than the sun. Moreover, he was so young. Perhaps in a few years, he would be another sun. Who is this kid? Which sect is he from? How can he be so strong? I've never heard of him. Could he be a genius disciple secretly cultivated by some sacred ground? Discussions broke out one after another. After a long time, the excitement gradually died down. However, many people still looked at Lin Xian from time to time. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbol Saint did not leave. Chapter 1838. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint's son, and the Four Symbol Saint's son did not leave. They chose a place nearby and drank while hitting Lin Xian from time to time. They seemed to be very interested in Lin Xian. Lin Xian met up with Lu Mingyue. The two of them also came to a place and tasted wine in silence. During this time, many kings came up to Lin Xian to talk to him. They seemed to want to befriend him. Lin Xian did not reject these people. However, he only talked to them on the surface. He would not tell them about his identity, origin, and purpose of coming to the North region. In the sky, the majestic energy disappeared quickly. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. He was burly and had a dignified appearance. His eyes were like cold stars. His two curved eyebrows were like sword radiance. As he stood there, he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. His appearance naturally caused a commotion in the battle area. This was because they knew that this middle-aged man was the Almighty who had stopped the Liang family from attacking. He was obviously from the Purple Cloud Palace. Behind the Purple Cloud Palace was the Gu family. In other words, he could be a martial artist from a clan of the ancients. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists all stood up and bowed to the middle-aged man. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint's son, and the Four Symbol Saint's son stood up and bowed slightly. The other party was an almighty. Moreover, this was the Gu family's territory. They had to keep a low profile. The middle-aged man, Gu Xiao, looked around and nodded slightly. Then, he strode forward. And that direction was where Lin Xian was. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the Gu family's almighty to be heading toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he put down his wine cup and stood up to bow slightly. "Greetings, Senior." Beside him, Lu Mingyue bowed as well. The Gu family's almighty, Gu Xiao, nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. A young hero with such combat strength at such a young age. I'm afraid you're not far from the saint level. Thank you for the compliment, Senior, said Lin Xian. However, he was very confused. He did not understand why Gu Xiao was looking for him. He did not think that it was just to compliment him. Gu Xiao asked calmly, "Young hero, may I know which sect are you from?" "I'm just a rogue cultivator without a sect. As for my clan, it's too small. I'm afraid you've never heard of it." Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was shocked. To his surprise, he did not expect him to be a Xiao. One had to know that rogue cultivators referred to those who did not belong to any sect or faction and wandered the Jianghu alone. This kind of person seemed to be carefree, but they did not have the backing of a sect or a family to rely on or provide resources. It could be said that they were the least valued group of people in Jianghu. Of course, there were also experts like this, but the number was very small, far less than the sects and those huge aristocratic families. However, the ancient cultivator did not expect that the young man before him was actually a loose cultivator. This was truly beyond his expectations. However, it was better this way. His original intention was to recruit Lin Xian. If such a young genius could join the Gu family, he would definitely be a powerful force in the future. Gu Xiao was a little worried. If Lin Xian was a disciple of a sacred ground, there might not be any hope of recruiting him. But now, Lin Xian was just a Xiao. He was confident that he could get Lin Xian to join the Gu family. However, there was no rush. He had to take it slow. Gu Xiao said calmly, "I see. I didn't expect you to have such combat strength despite being a Xiao. It was really shocking. By the way, there will be a small auction on the 5th floor of the Purple Cloud Palace. Are you interested in participating?" Auction? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. "I wonder what's going on at the auction." Hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared on the ancient cultivator's face. Although the auction is small, the items inside are not bad at all. Most of them are precious cultivation techniques. There are even some treasures. Cold Spring Holy Water and Connate Purple Thunder Stone will appear in this auction. Connate Purple Thunder Stone. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He came to the northern region to find this thing. He didn't expect it to appear now. Lu Mingyue was also surprised. Then, they looked at each other. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." Since there was a Connate Purple Thunder Stone, Lin Xian would definitely participate in this auction. He had to get this stone. Well, take the purple invitation. You can directly enter the auction on the 5th floor in a while. Gu Xiao put down an invitation and then turned to leave. "Thank you, senior." Lin Xian held the invitation card in his hand as a smile appeared on his face. Great. With the Connate Purple Thunder Stone, the formation to deal with powerful figures can be completed. Then, we can kill the Saint of all beginnings. Thinking of this, not only Lin Xian, but Lu Mingyue was also excited. She said in a deep voice, "This time, no matter how much it costs, we must get the Connate Purple Thunder Stone." There was still half a day before the auction, so Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue enjoyed some singing and dancing in the hall and tasted some spiritual wine. After half a day, they got up and went to the 5th floor. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, the Four-Symbol Saint, and some other experts also went to the 5th floor. Everyone who could go to the 5th floor was an expert. They were either young geniuses or old experts. None of them were weak. After Lin Xian and others left, the hall suddenly quieted down. However, there were still many people who were not qualified to participate in the auction. They could only talk here. The topic that was talked about the most was Lin Xian. That was because the battle prowess that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. Furthermore, his identity was so mysterious. It was only natural that they were curious about him. Do you think that guy is a saint in disguise? How can an ordinary rogue cultivator have such strong combat strength? Moreover, he's too young. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the North region have a rival. Not necessarily. Although this guy is strong, the combat strength he has shown so far is not at the level of a saint. Most importantly, he has offended the Liang family. Presumably, he will be hunted down by the Liang family. Whether he can survive by then is another matter. Everyone was talking about it and they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. After all, the Liang family was the top force in the North region. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was only one person. Without the support of a huge force, he could not compete with a giant like the Liang family. Chapter 1839. On the other side, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and Zhe Shi had reached the 5th floor. The 5th floor wasn't as big as the first floor's hall, but it was luxurious and rich in spirit qi. It far surpassed the first floor's hall. Lin Xian could clearly feel that there were countless spiritual gathering arrays on the 5th floor, which gathered extremely pure spiritual qi. The tables, chairs, and walls were all carved from the best 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. It was extremely luxurious. The 5th floor was divided into the ordinary area and the VIP pavilion. There were only dozens of VIP pavilions, and each of them was extremely exquisite. Not only that, those who could enter the VIP pavilions were extremely powerful figures. Everyone was proud to be able to enter the VIP pavilions, because it was a symbol of status. Perhaps only the experts of the great sects, peerless holy lands, and the remote antiquity families could enter. The others, including the sect leaders of the smaller sects, might not even be qualified to enter the VIP pavilions. One could imagine how noble it was to be able to enter the VIP pavilions. The ancient cultivators gave Lin Xian face and gave him a purple invitation card. Therefore, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were also allocated a VIP room. The two of them held the purple invitation and walked toward the VIP pavilion in front of them. But at this time, they frowned. Because they found that there were also several figures in front of them. Those figures were quite extraordinary. They carried powerful radiance and terrifying auras. These people were Wan Lei Xingzi and the others. As the saints of the Holy Lands, they naturally had a noble status and were also qualified to enter the VIP pavilions. Wan Lei Xingzi and the others naturally saw Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue, and they were stunned. At this time, the Reverend Moon Saintess said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." Young Master's previous battle was really surprising. May I know where Young Master is from? How should I address you? For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Lin Xian again. Lin Xian laughed, "It's just a small trick." How could it enter the eyes of the Reverend Moon Saintess? "I'm just a small rogue cultivator. You won't know my name even if I tell you," Lin Xian said with a smile as he prepared to leave. At this time, Lu Mingyue also sent a sound transmission to Lin Xian, telling him to leave quickly. She had discovered that there was actually a genius from the All Beginnings Holy Land on the other side. Sure enough, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. It was a young man with long, dark red hair that flowed down his back like flames. His eyes were deep and carried a sense of sharpness. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised as if he was high and mighty. He blocked Lin Xian's path, his lips curling into a sinister smile. "What's wrong, brother? Are you not going to give me face? Who are you? Why should I give you face?" Lin Xian frowned. He had no interest in dealing with these people. Upon hearing this, the young man's face darkened. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you're all that just because you defeated Elder Liang. Let me tell you, people like that can't be compared to us. So, when you face us, you'd better correct your attitude." "Who are you?" Lin Xian coldly asked. The other party's tone had left him in a bad mood. At this time, the 10,000 Thunder Saint walked over with a chuckle. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother Chao Yun. He's a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He's also one of the candidate Holy Sons. The All Beginnings Holy Sons people are actually here." Lin Xian was shocked. As for Lu Mingyue, she was extremely nervous. Fortunately, the mask on her face was a magic treasure. Even supreme experts wouldn't be able to see through it. So, as long as she didn't reveal any flaws, the other party wouldn't be able to recognize her. Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue, his eyes flickering. He raised his chin and coldly said, "This woman is your companion. Make her take off her mask." There was an unquestionable command in his voice. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue was startled. Had the other party discovered something? Lin Xian also frowned. The other party's attitude was too arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. On the side, the Reverend Moon Saintess smiled and said, "Brother Chao is really careful. He doesn't miss any opportunity to interrogate." Chao Yun said, "Of course. That bitch Lu Mingyue hasn't been caught yet." Moreover, one of our all beginnings holy grounds was destroyed. I reckon it was done by them. This time, we must capture that bitch and bring her back to the sect to receive punishment. Hearing this, Lin Xian understood. Obviously, the news of them destroying the All Beginnings holy grounds should have been sent back. The All Beginnings Saintess was probably looking for them all over the world. Previously, Lu Mingyue had displayed a powerful combat strength. Coupled with her incomparably mysterious appearance and the fact that she was wearing a mask, it naturally aroused Chao Yun's suspicion. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Because Lu Mingyue hadn't used the primal chaos technique from beginning to end. Don't you think it's too much to do this? Lin Xian's face sank. What's too much about it? I'm just doing a routine check. I hope you can cooperate with the All Beginnings holy ground. Besides, you're just a small wandering cultivator. I advise you not to become enemies with the All Beginnings holy ground. Because you can't afford to offend them. The Reverence Moon Saintess, the 10,000 Lightning Holy Sun, and the 4 Symbols Holy Sun looked as if they were watching a show. Obviously, Lin Xian had been too domineering before. Now, they wanted to borrow Chao Yun's hand to suppress the other party's arrogance. Otherwise, the surrounding people would really think that a small wandering cultivator could contend against holy sons like them. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a holy sun candidate. What's there to be arrogant about? I advise you to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Also, you can threaten me again after you become a holy sun. What? Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian in shock. They had already noticed what had happened before, but because it was a circle of holy suns, they didn't dare to approach. Therefore, they didn't dare to approach and could only listen from afar. But now, after hearing Lin Xian's words, they were no longer able to remain calm. He was simply too domineering. Facing a holy sun candidate of the All Beginnings holy ground, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even threatening the other party. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Sure enough, Chao Yun's face darkened. His gaze was ice-cold as he glared at Lin Xian. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? You're just a holy sun candidate. What's there to be arrogant about? Hurry up and scram. Lin Xian was furious. He didn't have time to waste with Chao Yun. Brat, you're really arrogant. Just you wait. Don't think that no one can deal with you just because you killed old Liang Zhang. See you in the battle zone after the auction. I'll let you know what a true heaven's pride is. Chapter 1840. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun narrowed his eyes. A person should know when to advance and when to retreat. A Saint Sun is not someone you can compare to. He looked down at Lin Xian with an arrogant look. The 4 Symbols Saint Sun also had a sinister smile on his face. The Moon Reverend Saintess giggled and said, Great. Now there's a good show to watch. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. He took Lu Mingyue and walked past the saints, striding forward. As for their threats and provocations, he directly ignored them. He had nothing to say to them. At worst, they would fight. There was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Chao Yun dared to ignore them, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, 4 Symbols Saint Sun, and the Moon Reverend Saintess faces darkened. In their eyes, Chao Yun was too arrogant. No one dared to ignore them. Chao Yun sneered and said, After the auction, I'll deal with him personally. That's for the best. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun snorted coldly. Then, they walked toward the VIP pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian ignored the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son and the others and went to a VIP pavilion. Then, he exclaimed. This place was better than he had imagined. Although the 5th floor was small, it was still relatively small. Just this VIP pavilion alone was comparable to a small palace. Inside, there was a huge bright moon divine pearl hanging in the air. It shone brightly like the moon. It emitted endless radiance. The floor was paved with white spiritual jade, which provided abundant spiritual energy. There was also a golden pearl, which provided heat. There were lotuses painted on the floor, forming the appearance of a 5-colored divine lotus. It indicated that a martial artist would create lotuses with every step. There were purple crystal lamps around, emitting a faint light. When the purple light shone on people, it made them feel calm. It was as if all their worries had disappeared. This was a purple spiritual stone, which had the effect of calming the mind. It was useful for kings and almighties. It was very precious. Unexpectedly, it was used as a palace lantern here. One had to admit that this place was too luxurious. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue sat comfortably on the rattan chairs, enjoying the spirit wine and spirit fruits while waiting for the auction to begin. There was a huge purple crystal in front of them, forming a light screen that allowed them to clearly see the scene outside. Moreover, when they saw a treasure they liked, they could name a price at any time. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue entered the VIP pavilion. The Reverence Moon Saintess, Thousand Lightning Holy Sun, for symbols Holy Sun, Chao Yun, and other experts also entered the VIP pavilion. As for those who did not have the qualifications to enter the VIP pavilion, they sat down in the middle of the large hall and quietly waited. As everyone arrived, a figure quickly appeared on the crystal auction stage in front of them. That person was the middle-aged mighty figure who had given Lin Xian the invitation, the ancient cultivator. Immediately, everyone became excited. Because for an almighty being to be the auctioneer, one could imagine how high the standard of this auction was. After the ancient cultivators from the Gu clan came out, the entire hall became quiet without a single sound. The ancient cultivator looked around and was very satisfied. In the next moment, he said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Purple Cloud Palace's auction." I don't think I need to say more about the Purple Cloud Palace. Therefore, the items in this auction will definitely satisfy everyone. Hearing this, everyone became excited. They could not wait any longer. The experts were also excited because they more or less knew some of the items that would be auctioned in this auction. Now that they heard the ancient cultivator's words, they were naturally excited. Even Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue's eyes were flickering. That was because there were also things that they wanted in this auction. Alright then, let's take a look at the next treasure. After the first treasure was taken out, the entire auction went into a frenzy. Indeed, as the ancient cultivator had said, every one of them was an extremely precious treasure that was enough to make the experts jealous. Soon, the experts began to bid against each other and started to fight. Even the Holy Sons joined in. Even Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were moved when they saw the treasures. That was because every single treasure that was taken out was incomparably precious. However, the price was also a headache for them. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move. They were waiting for the innate purple thunderstone. During this period, several treasures appeared, and even an upper-grade Earth rank artifact appeared. When the upper-grade Earth rank artifact appeared, the entire hall went into a frenzy. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. In the Eastern Wilderness, an Earth rank artifact was not particularly rare. Every expert had one. However, it was only a low-grade Earth rank artifact. The better ones might be mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. However, they did not have any upper-grade Earth rank artifacts. In fact, they were rarely seen. Therefore, they were naturally excited when they saw it. At this moment, all the experts, elders, and even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Holy Sun, and the Four Symbols Holy Sun all joined in the bidding. In the end, it was bought by the Four Symbols Holy Sun at a high price. After the Four Symbols Holy Sun obtained the upper-grade Earth rank artifact, the corners of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. As for the other experts, they sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. An upper-grade Earth rank white dress was several times more powerful than a mid-grade Earth rank artifact. If they obtained it, their combat strength would increase tremendously. However, it was a pity that the Four Symbols Holy Sun had obtained it. There was nothing they could do about it. One had to know that the Four Symbols Holy Ground was a terrifying force in the North region. As the Four Symbols Holy Sun, the wealth in his hands was beyond imagination. Not only that, the others did not even dare to think of robbing him after the auction. After all, if they provoked the Four Symbols Holy Sun, they would be hunted down by the Four Symbols Holy Ground. At this point, the auction reached its peak. Although the following items were not as precious as an upper-grade Earth rank artifact, they were still precious treasures. The other experts started to make their moves. At this time, on the crystal auction stage, the ancient cultivator chuckled and said, "Everyone, the next item is also extraordinary." "What kind of extraordinary treasure is there?" Hearing this, everyone became excited. Could it be another upper-grade Earth rank artifact? Impossible. Upper-grade Earth rank artifacts are like cabbages. It's impossible for so many to appear. It must be other treasures. Yes, I guess it should be a top-grade Earth rank cultivation technique. It's possible. Discussions broke out one after another. However, the ancient cultivator smiled mysteriously. In the next moment, he clapped his hands lightly. Then, four beautiful women in light muslin appeared on the crystal auction stage. Each of the four beautiful women stretched out their slender hands and held a dark red square box in their hands. This posture was extremely mysterious, and it aroused the curiosity of the crowd. Chapter 1841. This posture could be said to be extremely mysterious, which aroused the curiosity of everyone. What exactly is it? Everyone guessed, and some experts who were familiar with Gu Xiao had already begun to speak. "Old Gu, what exactly is it? Don't keep us in suspense." "That's right. Hurry up and say it. I can't wait any longer." Hee hee. Gu Xiao looked at the heated scene around him, then nodded slightly and said to the four beautiful women, "Open it." After the red box was opened, a purple light flickered and floated in the hole. Not only that, but there were also small lightning bolts that kept swimming around like swimming dragons. That is. Looking at this strange scene, everyone was stunned. Even the peerless experts and saints were surprised. They did not expect to cause such a phenomenon. This is the connate purple thunderstone. At this moment, an old man spoke in a deep voice. "What? Connate purple thunderstone. It's actually the connate purple thunderstone." Hearing the old man's words, many people exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of the connate purple thunderstone. This is a treasure. Legend has it that this stone contains connate chi. It's extremely mysterious and can help warriors break through bottlenecks. It can help improve one's cultivation. It's definitely the best supplement for cultivation. Yes, I'm afraid even the mighty figures will be jealous when they see it. Not only that, not only does it contain connate chi, which is helpful to warriors, but it's also an excellent material for refining weapons. With it, the success rate of refining Earth-rank treasures can be greatly increased. Moreover, the power of the treasures refined from it will also be multiplied. What? It has such an effect. Those kings who did not know about the connate purple thunderstone gasped. Because these two characteristics were too shocking, and they could not help but be tempted. It's really out. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue looked at the sparkling and translucent purple stone with excitement in their hearts. In another VIP room, the Thousand Thunder Saint's eyes were also shining. He released thunder and lightning all over his body, forming rings of thunder and lightning that surrounded him. Because he was too excited. This Khanate purple thunder stone not only contained the Khanate chi, but also the purple divine thunder. It was very useful to him. With the purple divine thunder, he might be able to successfully break through to the Almighty Realm. That way, he would be the most powerful existence among all the saints. So no matter what, he had to obtain the natural violet lightning rock. In the other VIP pavilions, the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Four Symbols Holy Children, and the other experts, as well as the elders, were also burning with excitement. Because this stone was also useful to them. These people were either stuck in a certain realm for too long and were unable to break through to the next realm. Otherwise, they would be young geniuses or saints who wanted to be the first to break through and become almighties. The innate purple thunder stone was an opportunity that could help them break through their bottlenecks. Therefore, no one would give up. Up ahead, on the crystal auction platform, the ancient cultivator watched this scene with a smile and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that everyone was excited, and the innate purple thunder stone would definitely sell for a good price. Therefore, in the next moment, he said loudly, "Then, let the auction begin." A low-grade earth step artifact. As soon as the ancient cultivator finished speaking, a voice quickly rang out and spread throughout the hall. Accompanied by this voice, countless lightning bolts appeared in the surroundings and intertwined with each other. What a powerful lightning Dao! Could it be the 1,000 lightning holy suns bid? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the other party to bid a low-grade earth step artifact right off the bat. This made the corners of many people's mouths twitch and their hearts beat wildly. One had to know that although these experts also had a low-grade earth step artifact, it was not a cabbage after all. It was their treasure. They had paid a great price to obtain each earth step artifact. But now, someone had actually bid an earth step artifact for the innate purple thunder stone without any hesitation. This was absolutely shocking. For those ordinary kings, they would rather die than use their treasures to exchange for it. Therefore, when they heard this price, many people despaired. Because they knew that this competition probably had nothing to do with them. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue also frowned. The innate purple thunderstone's function was so outstanding that there would be a lot of competition. 2 low-grade earth step artifacts. At this moment, another calm voice sounded. This voice was filled with power, causing the entire void to tremble. Needless to say, the person with such power must be the Four Symbols Holy Sun. The Four Symbols Holy Sun laughed, "Brother Lei, although we have a good relationship, this artifact is very useful to me. Why don't you give it to me?" "Humph." The 1,000 lightning Holy Sun snorted. "Give it to the other party. How is that possible?" Although they had a good relationship now, it was only on the surface. Every saint was a competitor to each other. As holy sons, their ambitions were very big and their goals were very far. They were all emperors. Therefore, no one would back down in this competition. 3 low-grade earth step artifacts. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess also joined the competition with a smile. For low-grade earth step artifacts. At this moment, an elder of the older generation spoke. Everyone's breathing quickened. Earth step artifacts were all treasures. At this moment, they were actually being used as spirit stones. It was really shocking. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xian spoke. 1 mid-grade earth step artifact. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe their ears. What price did that kid offer? One mid-grade Earth step artifact. Heavens! Does he know what a mid-grade artifact means? Everyone was going crazy. An Earth step artifact was an even more precious artifact. Many people did not even have one. Only those experts deserved to have one. Moreover, its power and price were several times higher than a low-grade Earth step artifact. But now, someone was actually using such a treasure to make a bid. It was really shocking. Who was the one who made the bid? For a moment, everyone looked around, trying to find the person who made the bid. They wanted to see who was the one who was so generous. Very quickly, they locked onto a VIP room. Thus, everyone began to discuss, who is this person? Could it be a holy son? No, I know that VIP. It's the kid who killed Elder Liang. Originally, they thought that someone who could make such a big bid must be a holy son of a holy ground or an elder of a big family. But they did not expect it to be a rogue cultivator. They could not believe it. Chapter 1842. The All Beginnings Holy Grounds Holy Son candidate, Chow Yun, sneered and said disdainfully, "How could an insignificant loose cultivator possess a mid-grade Earth rank artifact? What a fool's dream. Brat, I think you are just randomly raising the price trying to disrupt the order of the auction. How should you be punished?" At the end of his speech, his voice became sharp and even carried a strong murderous aura. Clearly, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Xian. It would be best if the Purple Cloud Palace's people could drive Lin Xian out. It wasn't just Chow Yun. The others also didn't believe that Lin Xian possessed a mid-grade Earth rank artifact. After all, he was just a loose cultivator. Humph. Within the VIP pavilion, Lin Xian sneered as he watched this scene. He was indeed a loose cultivator. However, this didn't mean that he wasn't rich. One had to know that he had killed many kings. Among them were many geniuses from the Holy Lands. Moreover, Lin Xian had obtained their storage rings. Among them, he had obtained several dozen low-grade Earth rank artifacts and a dozen mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. Thus, his wealth was definitely incomparably rich. At this time, Chow Yun spoke to the Void once more. "Senior of the Gu family, I request to check this brat's wealth. I suspect that he is randomly raising the price and disrupting the order." Agreed. Agreed. I request the Gu family to check this brat's wealth. After Chow Yun, voices sounded out one after another. Clearly, these people didn't believe that Lin Xian possessed a mid-grade Earth rank artifact. As these voices sounded out, the ancient cultivator on the crystal auction stage frowned slightly. He had a good impression of Lin Xian and wanted to recruit him. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to check Lin Xian's wealth. Otherwise, the other great families and forces would be dissatisfied. Thus, the ancient cultivator said in a clear voice, "Young master, if it is convenient, why don't you display it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He took out a mid-grade Earth rank artifact from the black earth and raised his hand. Buzz! The void trembled. Then, an exquisite pagoda appeared in the main hall. It was 7 stories tall and emitted a resplendent radiance. A profound yellow aura descended. That wave of aura shocked everyone. What? It really is a mid-grade artifact. He actually has it. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Many people's eyes were burning with desire, and they wanted to snatch it. However, they only dared to think about it. They didn't dare to make a move here. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the Gu clan would kill them mercilessly. However, many of them decided that once they left the Purple Cloud Palace, they would definitely meet him. That was because the other party was too mysterious. He actually had such a treasure in his hands. Therefore, many experts had their eyes on Lin Xian. The 1,000 Lightning Saints' son, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the 4 Symbols Saints' son frowned. This scene was indeed beyond their expectations. Chao Yun's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He crazily said, "Impossible. How could this brat have a mid-grade Earth step treasure? I suspect that this is fake." Humph. However, at this moment, on the crystal auction stage, the ancient cultivator let out a cold snort and said coldly, "Young Master Chao Yun, I hope you won't disturb the order of the auction." This voice was extremely cold, and it seemed to contain the might of an almighty being. They surged towards Chao Yun. Boom! Chao Yun's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He didn't dare to say anything because he knew that if he did, the Gu clan would be angry. His face was extremely ugly. Previously, he had doubted the other party and thought that the other party wouldn't take out a mid-grade Earth step treasure. However, he didn't expect the other party to take it out in the blink of an eye. This was definitely a resounding slap to his face. However, he couldn't retaliate. This made his face burn. It was extremely embarrassing. However, he soon revealed a trace of a cold smile. This time, the other party had taken out a mid-grade Earth step treasure and embarrassed him. However, this had inadvertently attracted the attention of other powerhouses. Those people would definitely have their eyes on Lin Xian. Humph. Brat, you're just a small rogue cultivator. I think there will definitely be people who will have their eyes on you. When the time comes, I'll see how you die. Chao Yun didn't say anything. Instead, a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, on the other side, Lu Mingyue was also a little worried in the VIP room. We're so high profile. Will we attract the attention of other powerhouses? It won't be good if someone makes a move. Don't worry. With my speed, even a mighty figure might not be able to catch up. Unless a peerless mighty figure makes a move. However, do you think a peerless mighty figure will make a move for a mid-grade Earth step treasure? That's obviously impossible. In fact, Lin Xian had already thought about all of this. His Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps had improved a lot. Now, his speed could compete with a mighty figure. Therefore, even if he was chased by a mighty figure, he could still leave calmly. Soon, Lin Xian put away the Linglong treasure pagoda. The hall fell into silence. Because now, Lin Xian's price was the highest. At this time, on the crystal auction stage, Guxiu clapped and laughed. Someone has already bid a mid-grade Earth step treasure. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The ordinary kings were silent. They could only look up at this price. However, a few saints and experts snorted. Although this price was somewhat out of their expectations, they would definitely increase the price. Because they also had mid-grade Earth step treasures. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 10,000 Lightning Saints' son made a bid. 1 mid-grade Earth step treasure, plus 2 low-grade Earth step treasures. After the 10,000 Lightning Saints' son, the 4 Symbol Saints' son, and the Reverence Moon Saintess also bid mid-grade Earth step treasures, plus a few low-grade treasures. The price was getting higher and higher. Now, other than the saints, only the elders and experts of the major sects and forces were bidding. The other kings could only watch from the sidelines. Among them, the 10,000 Lightning Saints' son was going all out because he was determined to get the innate purple thunderstone. But at this time, Lin Xian made another bid. 2 mid-grade Earth step treasures. What? 2? Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe their ears. The few saints almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They were about to go mad with anger, because the price they offered was a mid-grade artifact and a few low-grade artifacts. Who would bid 2 mid-grade treasures? were mid-grade earth-steppe treasures cabbages. Many people even suspected that Lin Xian was raising the price again. This time, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and bid another mid-grade earth-steppe treasure. It was a long silver spear that emitted a terrifying aura. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the void. Fuck! Everyone went crazy as they stared at the sky. Chapter 1843. This was too incredible. At this moment, many people had their eyes on Lin Xian. Compared to the innate purple thunderstone, they felt that Lin Xian was easier to deal with. However, the 10,000 lightning saint sun's face darkened. He had already surpassed the reverence moon saintess and the four-symbol saint sun. In his opinion, the innate purple thunderstone was already his. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would appear again. Moreover, he directly raised the price to 2 mid-grade artifacts. This drove him crazy. Damn it, how can this kid have so many treasures? Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? The 10,000 lightning saint sun's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. To be honest, he now suspected that Lin Xian was a genius secretly cultivated by some holy ground. Otherwise, he couldn't be so rich. Chao Yun's face also darkened. He said in a low voice, "Brother Lei, why don't we give up and let this kid get the innate purple thunderstone? Then, when we get out of the Purple Cloud Palace, we can kill him and take the treasures." Hearing this, the 10,000 lightning saint's son was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. Because this way, he could get the innate purple thunderstone and save a lot of treasures. However, he soon shook his head. Because Lin Xian was so high profile now, he was afraid that he would be targeted by more than 1 or 2 people. If other experts made a move and something happened, they would lose the innate purple thunderstone. The 10,000 lightning saint's son wouldn't be able to accept it. Therefore, the 10,000 lightning saint's son planned to fight for it. After all, 2 mid-grade earth rank artifacts was still within an acceptable price. Humph. I don't believe that I can't compete with a rogue cultivator in terms of wealth. As a saint's son, he was extremely rich. Therefore, he could also afford 2 mid-grade earth rank artifacts. And this time, he decided to pay a high price so that everyone could only look up to him and not fight back. Otherwise, if this continued, the final price would be ridiculously high. Therefore, the 10,000 lightning saint's son said in a low voice, 2 mid-grade earth rank artifacts and an ancient herb. Another bid. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again and then began to discuss. Ancient herb. Everyone was puzzled. What kind of ancient medicine could actually compare to a mid-grade earth steppe treasure? Upon hearing this, even the ancient cultivators on the crystal auction platform were stunned. In the next moment, he asked in a low voice, "What ancient medicine is this?" There were many types of ancient medicines. They were of different ages, types, and effects. Naturally, their prices would be different as well. Therefore, the ancient cultivators had to first determine what kind of ancient medicine the 10,000 Thunder Saint was talking about. The others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully because they were also very curious. Meanwhile, the Saint Child proudly said, "This ancient medicine was cut out from a stone. After a final appraisal, it should be the root of the ancient thousand Buddha flower." What? The ancient medicine that was cut out? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They knew how to cut stones. Those stones were incomparably mysterious. Some of them could produce divine crystals, and of course, there were some that could produce ancient medicines. However, the probability of finding an ancient medicine was much lower. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Thunder Saint would have such an ancient medicine in his possession? Although it was only a root and not complete, its value absolutely surpassed that of a medium-grade earth steppe treasure. This 10,000 Thunder Saint child is really generous. Ah. Yeah, it seems like he is determined to get the innate purple thunderstone. Of course, the innate purple thunderstone not only contains innate will, but also purple divine lightning. This thing is very suitable for the 10,000 Thunder Saint child. A discussion broke out. Obviously, in everyone's opinion, the innate purple thunderstone must belong to the 10,000 Thunder Saint child. Sure enough, at this moment, the Reverence Moon Saintess and the four-symbol Saint child's expression turned solemn. Because this price was beyond their ability to bear. Even if they had the ancient medicine in their possession, they would not take it out. Soon, the two of them gave up. Not only them, but other experts and elders also shook their heads and gave up. Even the ancient cultivators on the crystal auction platform had a solemn expression. Because he did not expect that the other party would take out an ancient medicine to exchange. This was really a pleasant surprise. Inside the VIP room, Lu Mingyue frowned deeply. What should we do? Damn that 10,000 Thunder Saint child, he is crazy enough to take out an ancient medicine to exchange. Why don't we give up? After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, we can rob him directly. It seemed like Lu Mingyue was really anxious. She was even willing to rob a saint child. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's just an ancient medicine. What's the big deal? Moreover, it's a remnant root." Originally, he wanted to compete with the number of mid-grade Earth rank artifacts, but he actually wants to compete with spiritual herbs. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, the number of spiritual herbs in Lin Xian's hands was more than the number of mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. After all, he was an alchemist, and he had a lot of spiritual herbs in his hands. Moreover, he had also obtained a lot of non-precious spiritual herbs in the Slanted Moon world. Therefore, at this moment, he was not anxious at all. The crowd outside fell silent, while the 10,000 Thunder Saint child raised his chin proudly, preparing to receive the innate purple thunderstone. But at this time, a lazy voice sounded. "It's just a remnant ancient medicine, what's the big deal? I offer 2 mid-grade Earth rank artifacts and a 3,000-year-old ancient medicine." This voice naturally belonged to Lin Xian. The others were stunned when they heard this because they did not expect Lin Xian to bid again. There's really a good show to watch. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess' lips curled up slightly. The four-symbol Saint child leaned back in his rattan chair, enjoying the show while sipping his wine. The other experts were also paying attention. Although they would not bid again, it did not stop them from watching the show. Chao Yun sneered after hearing this. "Kid, I think water has entered your brain. We're offering an ancient medicine. Incomparably precious. You're offering a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. What an idiot. How can this thing be compared with ours?" Indeed, a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, but it was nothing compared to an ancient medicine. Not only Chao Yun, but the others were also stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was too childish this time. Humph, as expected of a rogue cultivator, ignorant. The 10,000 Thunder Saint child sneered. He couldn't even tell which spiritual herb was precious. What an idiot. Hearing these mocking words, Lin Xian was very calm. He said in a deep voice, "What do you know? Although my spiritual herb is only 3,000-year-old, its effect is surprisingly good." "What effect? Why don't you tell us?" Chapter 1844. What effect does it have? Why don't you tell us about it? Chao Yun sneered because he really did not believe that a 3,000-year-old spirit medicine could compare to the ancient medicine in their hands. "Didn't your face hurt from the slap just now?" Hearing Chao Yun hooting again, Lin Xian sneered. "Since you want to be slapped in the face again, then I'll fulfill your wish." This old medicine of mine can increase a martial artist's lifespan. What? Increase a martial artist's lifespan? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The next moment, everyone was in an uproar, each and every one of them extremely shocked. Spirit medicines had a myriad of effects. Some could heal injuries, some could increase skill, but there was also a type that could increase a martial artist's lifespan. But this kind of spirit medicine was seriously too rare. Rumor had it that every great emperor had a stock of immortal divine medicine that could allow the great emperor to live another lifetime. That kind of immortal divine medicine could increase lifespan. It was just that that kind of divine medicine was very rare. There were only a few stocks in tens of millions of years. However, apart from immortal divine medicine, there were also some spirit medicines that had the effect of increasing lifespan. It was just that the increase was not as exaggerated. This kind of spirit medicine could also be encountered but not sought. Even if someone had it, they would not take it out and would keep it for themselves to consume. Everyone did not expect that they could actually see this kind of divine medicine here. Inside the VIP pavilion, Lu Mingyue also opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why would you take out such a divine medicine? To be honest, she was really too shocked. One had to know that what a martial artist pursued in the end was strength and lifespan. Especially for those ancient fossil-level martial artists who were about to die, even if they could live for another day, to them, they would fight for it with everything they had. This kind of medicine could be said to be incomparably precious. However, Lu Mingyue could not understand why Lin Xian would take it out. Could it be that he did not know the preciousness of this medicine? Lin Xian shrugged. Don't worry. Although this thing is a treasure in your eyes, it's just a so-so in front of me. That's it. The corners of Lu Mingyue's mouth twitched. She even suspected that Lin Xian had a problem with his head. However, Lin Xian was not wrong. He still had a few stocks of medicine that could increase lifespan like this in his hands. Moreover, the stock that he took out was also a defective product. He didn't like it at all. That was his foundation. Although he couldn't compare to those saints in terms of quantity, perhaps no one could compare to him in terms of quality. Outside the VIP pavilion, everyone was stunned. The Reverence Moon Saintess and the 4 divine symbols Holy Sons were bewildered. If it was really a spiritual herb that could increase one's lifespan, it would be too precious. Chao Yun's face also darkened. However, he still instinctively refused to believe it. Because he really did not believe that the other party would be willing to take out such a precious spiritual medicine. However, this time, before he could ridicule and ask the Gu family to examine it, the Gu family suddenly stopped him. Gu Xiu from the Gu clan said in a deep voice, "Young master, this matter is too important. Can you let us examine it first?" To be honest, he was too shocked. When the other party had taken out 2 mid-grade Earth Step artifacts, it had already shocked him. Who would have thought that the other party would take out a spirit herb that could increase one's lifespan? Sure, feel free to check. Lin Xian nodded calmly. He wasn't faking it, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of being checked. In the next moment, Gu Xiu transmitted his voice. Not long after, 2 old figures appeared in the void. One was an old man, and the other was an old lady. Both of them had a head full of white hair. Their figures were like ghosts as they arrived at Lin Xian's VIP pavilion in an instant. "Young master, are you sure you have a spiritual medicine that can increase one's lifespan? Let us take a look." These 2 old men were the elders of the Gu clan. When they heard the news, they were also extremely excited. Logically speaking, the Gu clan also had this kind of spiritual medicine. However, no one would complain about having more. Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a palm-sized spiritual medicine appeared in his hand. Although this spiritual medicine was the size of a palm, there were many flaws on it. Seeing this scene, the two elders' expressions turned solemn. It was actually an incomplete spiritual medicine. No wonder the other party was willing to auction it. However, if it could really increase one's lifespan, even if it was incomplete, it was still very precious. To be honest, Lin Xian still had a complete spiritual medicine in his hands. However, he would not take it out. The two elders of the Gu clan received the spiritual medicine and examined it carefully. Subsequently, the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. It seems to be the five spirits' divine flower. The two of them were extremely shocked. They realized that this was indeed a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan. Young master, may I ask where you obtained this spiritual medicine? The two elders asked excitedly. They were very curious. How could a young man have such a precious medicine? I obtained it in the Tilted Moon mystic world. Lin Xian said indifferently. At that time, it grew beside the nest of a peerless beast. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. The Tilted Moon mystic world. Hearing this, the two elders were surprised. They knew about the Tilted Moon mystic world. Previously, it had caused an uproar. However, they did not expect this spiritual medicine to come from the Tilted Moon mystic world. After hearing this news, the two of them sighed and were somewhat disappointed. This was because the Tilted Moon mystic world had already closed. If they wanted to enter again, it would probably be a few hundred years later. After returning the spiritual medicine, the two elders left the VIP pavilion. In the next moment, they appeared above the main hall. Then, the elder said in a deep voice, "That's right. After our appraisal, it should be the five spirits' divine flower. It is indeed a divine medicine that can increase one's lifespan. Moreover, it is around 3,000 years old." Boom! Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Some even went crazy. Because they really did not expect this young man to have such a medicine. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Saintess, the four symbols' holy sons, and the other elders all looked solemn. The Thousand Lightning Holy Son's face darkened. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Because he did not expect this young man to really take out a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan. This was definitely more precious than his ancient medicine. Damn brat! The Thousand Lightning Holy Son's eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other side, Chao Yun was even more confused. This time, he was slapped in the face by the young man again. This was unbearable for him. Damn brat, you can be arrogant as much as you want now. Wait until the auction is over. I'll show you. Chao Yun gritted his teeth. He swore that after the auction was over, he would definitely kill this young man. After Lin Xian took out a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan, there was no suspense in this auction. In the end, the innate purple thunderstone belonged to Lin Xian. At this point, Lu Mingyue heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was also excited. Because of this innate purple thunderstone, the next step of his plan could be carried out. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the rest of the auction. He only needed to wait for the auction to end and go backstage to exchange for the innate purple thunderstone. In another private room, the Thousand Lightning Holy Son's face darkened. He did not expect that he would fail in this auction. Chapter 1845. In another VIP pavilion, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' face darkened. He didn't expect to fail this auction. Brother Lei, what should we do? Should we kill him and rob him? Beside him, Chao Yun was also gnashing his teeth. As a saint candidate, he had a noble status, but today, he had been slapped in the face twice. This was unbearable. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. The 10,000 Thunder Saint narrowed his eyes. Don't you have another battle with him? How about this? After the auction is over, you and he will go to the battle area on the first floor and use the Connate Purple Thunderstone as the bet. No matter how powerful that kid is, I'm afraid he's no match for you. If you help me win the Connate Purple Thunderstone, I'll find a way to make you the real saint candidate. What? Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Chow Yun was tempted. He couldn't help but be tempted. He was only a saint candidate, and there was still a big difference between him and a real saint. Not to mention the strength, just the resources and the support of the sect alone were many times worse than that of the other side. One had to know that the saints of the Great Sage Land were nurtured according to the future sect leader of the Great Sage Land. That was an extremely honorable status. It could be said that as long as he became a saint, he would definitely be the top existence in the eastern wilderness in the future. Therefore, how could Chow Yun not be tempted? He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Lei. I'll definitely help you win the Connate Purple Thunderstone and kill that kid with my own hands." Next, a few more items were auctioned in the main hall. Finally, the auction ended smoothly. Many treasures appeared in this auction. Some were incomparably precious. As for those people who were photographed, they all had smiles on their faces and were very satisfied. Those who didn't get it were a little disappointed, but they were also excited. Because today, they had witnessed a lot of shocking things. This kind of scene was usually not seen at all. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue also left the VIP pavilion and came to the backstage of the 5th floor. They exchanged 2 mid-grade Earth-rank artifacts and a 3,000-year-old old medicine for the Connate Purple Thunderstone. When Lin Xian put the Connate Purple Thunderstone into the Black Earth, the two of them were completely relieved. Now that the item was in his hands, the next step was to find a place to let the dark red divine dragon complete the formation. Then they could set up a killing trap to kill the saint of all beginnings. The ancient cultivator chuckled and took out 2 purple tokens, handing them to Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue. This is the Purple Cloud Palace's Purple Cloud token. You're a top VIP. If you come here in the future, you can enjoy a 50% discount with this badge. You can choose any of the VIP rooms on the 5th floor as your resting place. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian was overjoyed as he took the Violet Cloud Command Medallion. With this item, the cost of coming to the Purple Cloud Palace in the future would be much cheaper. After that, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue quickly left. They knew that they were too high-profile this time, and many experts had their eyes on them. The two of them decided that after leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, they would find a safe place to hide for a while and lie low. However, as soon as they left the backstage, they were stopped by someone. They were none other than the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Chow Yun. Get lost. Lin Xian's face suddenly darkened. He didn't have time to mess around with the other party now. Boy, you're courting death. Chow Yun was furious. Although he had been slapped in the face twice, he was still a candidate saint. The other party was just a small rogue cultivator. How dare he scold him? He was truly audacious. The Saint of 10,000 Thunder's face was even gloomier. He was a real saint with a noble status. How dare the other party tell him to get lost? He was really courting death. The surrounding kings were about to leave, but when they saw this scene, they all stopped. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Many of them sneered because they were afraid that Lin Xian would run away and they wouldn't be able to catch him. They didn't expect that someone would stop them, which suited their intentions. Boy, are you so arrogant. However, do you think it's so easy to leave after getting the Connate Purple Spirit Stone? How naive. Chow Yun's cold eyes were like sharp swords, staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Why? Are you going to fight here? Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace and being slapped to death by the Almighty? To be honest, he really didn't understand where the other party got the confidence to be so arrogant. He was just a candidate saint. What was there to be arrogant about? Don't worry, I won't fight here, and I won't break the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace. Chao Yun sneered. So, don't expect the Almighty to deal with me. I said before that after the auction is over, we'll go to the battle area on the first floor together and fight to the death. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Do you think I'll go just because you said so? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't have the time to fight with the other party now. Boy, you can choose not to go. But I can guarantee that as long as you leave the Purple Cloud Palace, you'll be hunted down by the 10,000 Thunders Sacred Land and the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. At this moment, the Saint of 10,000 Thunder spoke. Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They knew that the Saint of 10,000 Thunder was really angry. Lu Mingyue was also anxious. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. So, in the next moment, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was calm. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. This was his instinct and an excellent habit of an expert. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to fight with me?" "Of course." "What, boy, are you afraid?" Chao Yun snorted. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian shook his head. "Let's go to the battle area on the first floor." Hearing this, Chao Yun smiled. The Saint of 10,000 Thunder also narrowed his eyes. They had achieved their goal. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. They were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually agree to this battle. Where did his confidence come from? He dared to fight with Chao Yun. Didn't he know that Chao Yun was a candidate saint? His strength was much more terrifying than Liang Zhang's. There will be a good show to watch this time. The Reverend Moon Saintess was also interested. The four symbol saint snorted. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Because in his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Chao Yun would definitely win. A group of people set off toward the battle area in a mighty manner. The first floor of the main hall was somewhat deserted. That was because the experts, geniuses, and saints had all left. The remaining people did not have much interest. But suddenly, they saw a large group of experts heading toward the first floor. And it seemed that they were heading toward the battle area. Suddenly, everyone was energized. What's going on? Is someone fighting again? Chapter 1846. During this time, the news of the auction on the fifth floor spread. Soon, all of the kings in the hall on the first floor knew about it. When they learned that Lin Xian had slapped the Holy Sun candidate's face twice, suppressed the 10,000 Lightning Saint's sun, and obtained the innate purple lightning stone, they were all extremely shocked. This was simply a heaven-defying miracle. Moreover, the other party was going to fight the Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground, Chao Yun. This was absolutely earth-shattering news. Therefore, all the kings on the first floor immediately headed toward the battle zone. They couldn't miss such a wonderful battle. Chao Yun strode forward. He was the first to arrive at the battle zone. Then, he spent a large amount of money to purchase a battle quota. Afterward, he turned around and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Lin Xian leisurely walked forward and took out the purple cloud token he had just obtained. Immediately, a middle-aged man appeared in the void and said respectfully, "You are the most honored guest of our Purple Cloud Palace. Therefore, you will enjoy a 50% discount on all your purchases in the Purple Cloud Palace." What? 50% discount? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son, Reverence Moon Saintess, and the others frowned. After all, even they didn't receive such treatment. Chao Yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, he still had a provocative expression on his face. But now, his face had completely darkened. One must know that he had spent the full price to purchase the battle quota. However, the other party had taken out a token and he could use it for half the price. This was definitely a huge gap. He didn't expect that he would lose to the other party in terms of momentum before the battle even started. This made Chao Yun extremely angry. The kings in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They didn't even dare to believe it. They knew about the Purple Jade token. It was something that only the highest-ranked people in the Purple Cloud Palace could possess. There were very few such quotas. Even the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son and the others didn't possess one. But they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually possess one. One could imagine how much importance the Purple Cloud Palace attached to Lin Xian. Who exactly is this brat? How could he be so important to the Gu family? He even had a Purple Cloud token. This was truly surprising. Why do I feel that this match will also be surprising? No way, are you saying that this kid will win? That's impossible. His opponent is the Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. That's an extremely powerful existence. I'm afraid that only the true chosen can defeat it. Everyone was talking about it. Initially, they didn't think highly of Lin and Xian, but now, they had changed their minds. Because they realized that they were unable to predict the outcome of this battle. A battle with an unpredictable outcome was the most exciting battle. Because no one knew what would happen next. Lin Xian paid half the price for the battle slot and then went to the battle area. He looked at the other party and said indifferently, "What, can we start now?" "Humph." Chao Yun snorted coldly, gnashing his teeth in anger. However, he had not forgotten about the important matter. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, "The competition can be carried out sooner or later, but boy, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Bet? Bet on what?" "If you bet on this battle, you will definitely lose. If you lose, hand over the innate purple thunderstone in your hand." "Do you dare? You still want to bet?" Seeing this, the surrounding people became excited. They discovered that Chao Yun's ultimate goal seemed to be the innate purple thunderstone. "Boy, you don't have any guts, right? You don't dare." Chao Yun sneered, appearing extremely arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to provoke him. "In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. However, if you want me to use the innate purple thunderstone as a bet, that will depend on whether or not you can take out an equivalent treasure. If you can't take out a treasure of equal value to the innate purple thunderstone, I have no interest in gambling with you." Lin Xian wasn't afraid of gambling. What he was most afraid of was Chao Yun trying to gain something without risking anything. Chao Yun snorted coldly. "Don't worry. As a Holy Sun candidate, I am someone with status. How could I act shamelessly?" After saying that, Chao Yun took out a jade bottle. There are 3 drops of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid inside. Each drop is incomparably precious. It can even bring seriously injured people who are on the verge of death back to life. I'm using it as a bet. It should be enough to qualify, right? 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid. Everyone was shocked, drawing a cold breath. This was absolutely good stuff. Especially when one was seriously injured in battle, dripping a drop, one could immediately be brimming with vigor. One could say that it was an extra life. Everyone did not expect that Chao Yun actually used such a precious thing as a bet. It was really extravagant. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes too. This thing was also very tempting to him. Because this was similarly effective for him. It was just that he did not expect that Chao Yun was actually willing to take out such a treasure. How could Lin Xian know that in Chao Yun's view, the other party was very confident in this battle? Therefore, no matter what treasure he took out, he would not lose. Hence, Chao Yun dared to take out the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid that he had treasured for a long time. Okay, since that's the case, I promise you. Lin Xian nodded. Both sides' bets had been confirmed. Next was to watch the battle. In the next moment, Chao Yun snorted coldly. His gaze was like lightning, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Like a blade light, it pressed down on everyone until they could not breathe. His wild hair fluttered in the wind. His entire person was like a peerless demon, emitting a terrifying aura. Kid, go to hell. Chao Yun sneered and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly swayed, and the surrounding scene actually disappeared. It was no longer the resplendent hall, but a completely different world. It was incomparably sharp. Sword chi filled the sky, surging over like a wave. Sword chi soared into the sky one after another, each one causing one's heart to palpitate. This was no longer the Purple Cloud Palace, but a Sword Dao world. That's right, this was indeed a Sword Dao world, and it was Lin Xian's Dragon Sword domain. Facing Chao Yun, Lin Xian directly displayed the Dragon Sword domain, enveloping the other party. That was why the scene from before had occurred. The Dragon Sword domain was incomparably terrifying. It transformed into a Sword Dao world, completely enveloping Chao Yun. All the hair on Chao Yun's body stood up. He felt an extremely sharp aura surrounding him. There were even sounds of sword chi fighting, causing his heart to palpitate. Ah! Get lost! Chao Yun was furious. He knew that he was enveloped by the other party's domain, so in the next moment, he roared. He roared towards the sky, his terrifying voice piercing through the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The entire void trembled rapidly, but it was unable to shake the Dragon Sword domain. However, he was also very decisive. He directly displayed his own domain to resist the Dragon Sword domain. Chapter 1847. Boom. 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 The chaotic light collided with the sword chi in the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying energy tore through the void and turned into nothingness. After displaying the king domain, Chao Yun's aura rose again. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes, turning into chaotic light that swept in all directions. Not only that, he waved his fists and bombarded the area in front of him, wanting to leave the domain. The intense collision broke out, and the surrounding kings exclaimed. This battle was simply too intense. There was such a commotion right from the start. It was obvious that both of them were extremely powerful existences. However, the Thousand Thunder Saint, the Four Symbol Saint, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the other experts looked solemn. This was because they could see the real battle situation through the light in the sky. And the real battle situation was that Chao Yun was being suppressed. From the beginning of the battle, he was being suppressed. This really surprised them. One had to know that Chao Yun was the saint candidate, and his strength was only slightly weaker than them. It could be said that he was an extremely powerful existence. But even so, he was still unable to defeat Lin Xian. He was even being suppressed by the other party. This was really surprising. Get out of my way. Chao Yun waved his fists crazily and displayed a terrifying martial art. The chaotic light and chaotic chi in the sky tumbled, forming a terrifying light that tore through the void. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and he escaped through the sword chi in the sky. Humph! Chow Yun snorted and heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to counterattack. But soon, the scene around him turned into a sky full of sword chi again. He was once again enveloped by the dragon sword's spiritual domain. The sword chi swept across, shattering the void. The terrifying sword light enveloped everything and quickly slashed toward Chow Yun. The dragon sword's spiritual domain was too terrifying. Every sword chi could destroy the heavens and earth. One could imagine its power. Facing the saint candidate, Lin Xian did not hold back at all. He crazily activated the dragon sword's spiritual domain. Chow Yun's expression was extremely ugly. He had just escaped, but he did not expect to return to the other party's domain. He could not believe it. Impossible. This kid is just a 5-star king, an ordinary rogue cultivator. How can he be so powerful? Sensing the terrifying sword chi in the surroundings, Chow Yun is about to go crazy. This king's domain was simply too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than his own domain. It was hard to imagine that this was the domain of a rogue cultivator. Flame of primal chaos, come out. Chow Yun's face was gloomy. He activated his king's domain. Suddenly, red flames flashed around him and swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! For a time, these primal chaos flames set off a sea of fire that filled the sky, releasing a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions, resisting the sword light that filled the sky. Roar! Not only that, this sea of flames condensed into a fire qilin, roaring endlessly, releasing the power of wind and thunder. Pang! The fire qilin was extremely powerful. It waved its terrifying flaming beast claw and slapped away a lot of sword chi. Without a doubt, this was a powerful ability. At this moment, Chow Yun did not hesitate to use it at all costs. Its power was so strong that even the sword chi was sent flying. After temporarily slapping away the surrounding sword chi, Chow Yun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His gaze was like that of a wild beast as he swept his gaze in all directions, searching for Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, he stood on the fire qilin and formed a seal with his palm. Immediately, the fire qilin spat out a fireball that was like the sun. It rushed forward and forcefully blasted away countless sword chi. This caused a vacuum to appear in front of him. This time, he finally saw Lin Xian's direction clearly. Kid, go to hell. Chow Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was extremely cold. He rode the fire qilin and ran forward crazily. At the same time, flames that filled the sky condensed in his hand, forming a long spear that was as red as fire. The long spear was incomparably dazzling and carried with it a monstrous heat. He waved it gently, sending out shocking long rainbows that pierced through the void. Accompanying it was a terrifying killing intent that shook the heavens and the earth. This was a mid-grade Earth-rank artifact, Chow Yun's natal weapon. At this moment, he held it in his hand and swept it in all directions, charging towards Lin Xian. Boom! Seeing that the other party was coming, Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not dodge. He pulled out the 9 Darkness Demon sword from the void and slashed it down with all his might. Clang! The terrifying sword light was invincible. It swept in all directions and collided with the fiery red spear that filled the sky. Suddenly, the entire void trembled rapidly and a big explosion occurred. In the end, terrifying black holes were formed one after another. What? How can his combat strength be so powerful? After the exchange, Chow Yun was shocked. Because he originally thought that the reason why he was suppressed now was that the other party had suddenly attacked and caught him off guard. That was why he was suppressed. However, he was still unable to suppress the other party in a head-on confrontation. The other party's terrifying sword chi had even numbed his arm and caused the spiritual power in his body to surge. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person or even a sneak attack could do. In other words, the other party's strength was absolutely powerful, at least not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. However, he had bet 3 drops of the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid and his promise to the Thousand Thunder Sage in this battle. Therefore, he could not fail. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Roar! Driving the fire Qilin, Chao Yun rushed forward like lightning. The long spear in his hand opened and closed widely, piercing through the void. Not only that, but the fire Qilin also opened its bloody mouth and spat out flames that filled the front. The terrifying energy surged, causing the faces of the surrounding spectators to change drastically. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames condensed on the tip of his sword and then turned into a hellflame phoenix to fight against the fire Qilin. The 9 darkness demonic sword swept across and a terrifying black light slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut in half and the terrifying fireball was split in half from the middle. No energy was able to affect Lin Xian, and it was destroyed by the sword light halfway through its journey. Chaotic Divine Spear. However, Chao Yun let out a furious roar. His entire body suddenly burst forth. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly pierced forward. Red light flashed all over the sky and mysterious runes appeared in the sky, dyeing the entire space blood red. This spear was extremely powerful. It pierced through the black phoenix and the sword chi that filled the sky and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell. Arriving in front of Lin Xian, Chao Yun's face was ferocious. He waved his long spear and stabbed down fiercely. The surrounding people exclaimed. Was the battle about to end? Lu Mingyue's heart was also in her mouth. She did not expect Chao Yun to be able to arrive in front of Lin Xian. Moreover, that terrifying spear made her feel a sense of trepidation. The Thousand Thunder Sage also narrowed his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth with a victorious smile. Sure enough, as he expected, Chao Yun's strength far exceeded his opponent's. Chapter 1848. Lin Xian did not show any fear in the face of the terrifying spear. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled into a sneer. Although this spear was powerful, it could not do anything to him. In the next moment, an endless violent aura emerged from his left hand and turned into a black dragon head. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Boom! His palms seemed to have turned into a real dragon as a terrifying power surged. Then, the black dragon head bit the fire phoenix spear. Clang! 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 A terrifying sound shook the sky. This scene shocked everyone. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? It can't be. How could he catch such a terrifying attack? How did this kid do it? Exclamations were heard one after another. Evidently, the crowd simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chao Yun's pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Originally, he thought that this spear would be enough to pierce through Lin Xian's head, but he did not expect it to be caught by Lin Xian's hand. How dare you catch it with your bare hands? Get lost! Chao Yun roared crazily. Suddenly, the red light on the fire phoenix spear turned into sharp blades that cut in all directions. Roar! Lin Xian's left hand was like a black dragon as it let out a loud dragon roar. It bit the spear tightly, making it impossible for Chao Yun to escape. Not only that, the violent destructive aura on Lin Xian's left hand turned into balls of demonic clouds that quickly surged along the fire phoenix spear. In an instant, it enveloped the Fire Phoenix spear. Not only the Fire Phoenix spear, but even Chao Yun's arm was enveloped by this violent destructive aura. In the next moment, Chao Yun screamed because he could not withstand this violent power at all. Even his entire arm was severely injured by the destructive power of the berserk power. "Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you." Chao Yun's face was distorted as he was extremely angry. He realized that his arm was about to be crippled. As a result, his combat strength was affected. He knew that he could not go on like this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and raised his left hand. His hand was filled with a terrifying chaotic light that emitted a terrifying energy. It was unknown what kind of forbidden technique he used, but at this moment, Chao Yun seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. His battle prowess rose rapidly. It had reached an unimaginable height. Boom! In the next moment, he struck out with his palm. Lin Xian frowned, because he didn't expect that the other party's combat strength could still increase. Therefore, in the next moment, he performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and retreated quickly. At the same time, 3 sword god phantoms emerged from his body and charged forward. Among them, 2 sword phantoms appeared on Chao Yun's left and right. They held terrifying sword lights and quickly slashed down. The third shadow was by Lin Xian's side, ready to deal with any danger. Boom! Chao Yun naturally felt the danger coming from his left and right, but he clearly wanted to put his life on the line. This was an excellent opportunity, and he could not give it up. Thus, he waved his hand, and 2 simple shields appeared on his body, blocking both sides of his body. At the same time, a fiery red battle armor appeared from his body and completely covered him. From the looks of it, he wanted to take the 2 attacks head-on. As for his left hand, it carried an unparalleled power as it fiercely smashed forward. Bang! Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough, and with the sword god phantoms beside him, he managed to dodge the attack. However, the shadow of the sword god in his body was shattered into pieces by this palm strike. Damn it, it's a phantom. Chao Yun's face turned ugly after he blasted the phantom away with his palm. He didn't expect that even though he wanted to injure both sides, he couldn't hurt his opponent. He himself was fiercely attacked by the 2 sword god phantoms, so much so that his whole body fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. The 2 shields summoned by Chao Yun were cut open, and even the fiery red battle armor on his body had terrifying sword marks. Although it wasn't cut open, the scene made one's scalp tingle. What kind of sword chi is this? How can it be so terrifying? It's too terrifying. Fortunately, Chao Yun has an earth-grade armor. Otherwise, the 2 sword chi would have completely cut open his body. The surrounding kings discussed animatedly, their faces full of shock. Chao Yun gnashed his teeth in anger. These 2 strands of sword chi had worsened his injuries once again. Behind him, the Thousand Thunder Saint's eyes were gloomy. Because he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chao Yun was fighting with all his might, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. This made him very uncertain. Therefore, in the next moment, he quietly sent a voice transmission and secretly gathered his men. Because if Chao Yun failed, then he would have to intercept Chao Yun halfway and snatch the Khanate Purple Thunderstone himself. Ahead, a great battle broke out. The battle between Lin Xian and Chao Yun was very terrifying. Every attack tore apart heaven and earth. However, after dozens of moves, Chao Yun vomited blood and flew backward. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. He had already suffered extremely serious injuries. Even his entire right arm was crippled. His combat strength had plummeted. What? Chao Yun lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They knew that there was no suspense. Because until now, Lin Xian had only suffered some minor injuries. There were no major injuries at all. Chao Yun, on the other hand, was seriously injured. If he wasn't treated in time, his cultivation realm would probably fall, and his combat strength would be very low for a long time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Because this result was something they had never expected. One had to know that Chao Yun was the holy son of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. He was very powerful and was only slightly weaker than a true holy son. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, only a true holy son could defeat Chao Yun. Otherwise, no one would be able to defeat Chao Yun. But now, Lin Xian had done it. This greatly shocked everyone. Could it be that this brat is already a holy son? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. Although he's only a 5-star king, his combat strength has already reached the holy son level. I see that the demonic sword in his hand is very strange. It should be a high-grade earth step treasure. Perhaps he's only able to defeat Chao Yun by relying on the might of that demonic sword. Discussions rang out one after another. Clearly, everyone was unable to accept this fact for the time being. As for Chao Yun, he was holding his spear and half-kneeling on the ground, supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall. His eyes were filled with fear, and his complexion was pale. Holy Sun level. Your combat strength has actually reached the Holy Sun level. How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe that an ant that he looked down on would have such a powerful combat strength that far surpassed his own. Lin Xian coldly snorted. This was only the beginning. He had only used 70% of his strength. He hadn't even used his full strength. Of course, he wouldn't tell those people about this. Chapter 1849. Of course, he wouldn't tell those people that he was concealing his strength. In the next instant, Lin Xian coldly snorted and stared at Chao Yun with an ice-cold gaze. You win. The 3 drops of 10,000-year spiritual liquid are yours. Chao Yun clenched his teeth with an extremely unresigned expression. But what could he do? He couldn't defeat the other party. If this continued, he would probably be killed by the other party. However, he had already made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't allow such a powerful enemy to grow. Therefore, when he left the battlefield, he would contact the elders and experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land to kill the other party. Since they were already enemies, he couldn't allow the other party to continue growing. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to sleep in the future. When the battle ends, I will naturally obtain my spoils of war. But for now, I have other things to do. Lin Xian walked forward step by step. What are you planning to do? Chao Yun became afraid when he saw the other party walking toward him. What am I planning to do? Lin Xian sneered. Naturally, I'm going to deal with you. What? You dare to kill me? Chao Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine that the other party would actually dare to attack him. Wasn't the other party afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? The surrounding kings were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This brat wanted to attack a successor holy son. Was he crazy? Brat, I'm warning you. I'm the successor holy son of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If something happens to me, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't let you off. Chao Yun clenched his teeth and roared. He wanted to use the All Beginnings Holy Land to intimidate the other party. However, it was clear that he had made the wrong decision this time. Lin Xian didn't fear the All Beginnings Holy Land at all. One had to know that in a few days, Lin Xian was going to kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. That was a true holy daughter, not to mention the current Chao Yun, who was merely a successor holy son. Moreover, the other party had repeatedly found fault with him. With Lin Xian's temperament, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a person to live in this world. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on the 9 underworld devil sword and walked forward with large strides. With each step, his killing intent, he became more powerful. In the end, he was like a god of death. Gulp. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva because they thought that the other party was just joking. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian was going to be serious. Chao Yun was also afraid. He realized that the other party seemed to be serious, so in the next moment, he hurriedly swallowed all the healing pills in his hand. He quickly stood up. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you have it easy either. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Chao Yun was like a malicious spirit. As a latecomer saint, his net worth was also very rich. The healing panacea melted in his body and unleashed its powerful medicinal effects, repairing his body. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a blazing aura. Qilin arm. Since he knew that he couldn't escape and the other party wanted to kill him, Chao Yun naturally had to risk his life. At this moment, he pushed his strength to the limit. Even if there would be some side effects, he did not care. With a cold shout, the fire Qilin beside him roared angrily. Soon after, the sky was filled with flames. The fire Qilin quickly transformed and fused into Chao Yun's left hand. Boom! Chao Yun's left clothes exploded, and a sturdy arm appeared, surrounded by flames. Moreover, it formed a lifelike Qilin pattern. A violent and monstrous heat wave was emitted from the arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt the power of a domain from the other party's arm. Obviously, the other party had used some kind of divine ability to combine his king's domain with his arm. In this way, the power would probably be even stronger. After displaying the Qilin arm, Chao Yun was like a god of fire. His right hand held a bright red spear that was as red as fire. Brat, trying to kill me is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Now, go to hell. Chao Yun roared. He had used a secret technique to forcefully increase his combat strength, and there was no difference between him and a true saint. The only difference was that after this battle, there would be side effects in his body that would be more difficult to get rid of. But now, his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Buzz! He thrust out his spear, and the fiery red spear turned into a divine rainbow that covered the sky, enveloping the front. The heat wave was unbearable. Even a 6-star king would probably be burned to ashes by this heat wave. Lin Xian snorted as well, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. The dragon sword domain shone brightly beside him. He swung his sword, and a huge sword chi descended from the sky like a mountain. It slashed forward. Qilin arm. Seeing this, Chao Yun roared as he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out quickly. Roar! This punch illuminated the entire hall in a fiery red color. Then, a fire Qilin rushed out from the fiery light all over the sky. This power made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint's son, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the Four-Symbol Saint's son looked solemn. This was because this power was on par with them. It was enough to threaten them. What a terrifying Qilin arm. I didn't expect Chao Yun to have such a divine ability. A few of them looked solemn, and the weaker kings were already kneeling on the ground, their faces pale. Qilin arm. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He also felt a sense of danger. Let's see if your Qilin arm is stronger or my black dragon fist is stronger. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand into a fist, and a terrifying and violent aura spread out from his body. The shadow of a black dragon hovered above his left arm, looking extremely ferocious as if it was real. Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. He punched out, and the terrifying black dragon tore through the void with destructive energy and rushed forward. In the battle area, the void collapsed, and a large black hole and countless cracks appeared. A black dragon moved freely in the middle. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the black dragon fist and the Qilin arm collided, and a shocking collision occurred. The entire hall was covered by the 2 energies. One was as black as ink, emitting a violent and destructive aura. The other was as red as fire, spreading out like a sea of fire. The 2 energies clashed in the air, destroying each other and tearing apart each other. In the end, the entire hall was covered by a dazzling light, and no one could open their eyes. Not to mention checking the situation in front. In the end, even the Chosens closed their eyes. They waited quietly for the result. Whoosh! 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 The wind blew, and thunder fell. The 2 energies continued to wreak havoc. After a long time, they gradually dissipated. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Chapter 1850. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Soon after, they were stunned. Lin Xian was standing in front of them. Beside him, there was a huge divine dragon phantom protecting him, blocking all the attacks. His surroundings were charred black, and deep pits of various sizes had appeared on the hard ground, giving off a pungent burnt smell. Those were the remains of the Qilin arm. On the other side, Chao Yun's eyes were lifeless as he stood there calmly. There was a terrifying dragon claw on his body that had directly hollowed out his heart. Countless huge cracks had appeared on the ground, nearly overturning the entire palace. He died. Chao Yun actually died. No one dared to believe it. They had never imagined that Chao Yun would be unable to reverse the situation even after using such a powerful Qilin arm. Furthermore, he had been killed. What exactly was that black fist? Even a powerful divine ability like the Qilin arm was unable to resist it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ta! 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 The divine dragon protecting Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared as he walked forward. If one looked carefully, they would discover that every step he took was in the air. It could be said that he did not touch the ground at all. That was because there was still a terrifying heat remaining on the ground. It was left behind by the Qilin arm. Even now, it was still burning. It could be said that the Qilin arm had given Lin Xian a huge shock. However, it was also a pleasant surprise for him. After all, through the great dragon sword soul in the previous battle, he believed that it would not be long before he could use the great dragon sword soul to imitate the Qilin arm's divine ability. Soon, Lin Xian arrived in front of Chao Yun. With a wave of his hand, he took away the bottle containing the 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. In the next instant, he turned around and met up with Lu Mingyue. The 2 of them walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace. As for the others, they were in an uproar. They knew that something big was about to happen. After all, the one who had been killed was a Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. The All Beginnings Holy Ground would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely send out powerful experts to kill Lin Xian. Furthermore, Lin Xian not only had the innate purple lightning stone, but he also had the 10,000 years spiritual liquid. These were all rare treasures that would definitely make people jealous. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a Holy Sun after all. Moreover, there were few of them, so there was bound to be someone who would secretly make a move. Thinking about it, the situation in the northern region would definitely change in the next few days. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue leave, the myriad Thunder Saints' face turned gloomy, and killing intent emerged in his eyes. Fortunately, he had secretly gathered people in advance and laid an ambush outside. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome now. I didn't expect this Chow Yun to be such a trash. But since that's the case, I'll kill you myself. The 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. Apart from him, there were a few other experts in the crowd whose eyes flickered. It was obvious that they were also preparing to make their move. The things that Lin Xian had on him really made people jealous. Whoosh! Whoosh! After exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, Lin Xian got Lu Mingyue to return to the Black Earth while he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. You want to run? It's not that easy. The 10,000 Thunder Saint and those experts rushed over and sneered. The next moment, their figures also swayed and disappeared into the void. Obviously, they were chasing after Lin Xian. But soon, they came back with gloomy faces because they had lost track of him. Chow Yun's speed was so fast that they didn't expect it at all. His speed had definitely surpassed that of an ordinary king and had even reached the level of an almighty. Damn it, how could this kid be so fast? No wonder he was so high profile before and dared to take out so many treasures. It turns out that all of this was already part of his plan. With such a fast speed, even an almighty wouldn't be able to catch up with him easily. Sighs could be heard. Obviously, these experts knew that it was impossible to catch Chow Yun. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's face was also frighteningly dark. He had naturally received the news. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn that kid, how could he be so fast? He must have a precious treasure on him or an ancient rare divine ability. I must find him." The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order. He found that Chow Yun was too mysterious. Everything shocked him. It was as if he was pitifully poor compared to the other party. But then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Kid, let's see where you can run to. I've already sealed the Purple Cloud City. I don't believe you can escape." Indeed, in order to catch Lin Xian, the 10,000 Thunder Saint had set up countless backup plans. He had shrouded the Purple Cloud City with a formation. As long as Lin Xian appeared, he believed that he would get the news. At that time, he would bring people to catch Chow Yun. "Men." The 10,000 Thunder Saint said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." Soon, a man in black appeared in front of him. He half knelt on the ground in a very respectful manner. "Go and communicate with the people of the Gu family. Ask them to help me. As long as you catch this thief, I will reward you handsomely." "Yes." The black-robed man stood up, and with a flash, he disappeared into the void. The 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. "How dare you play with me? Can you beat the Gu family?" The Gu family's Great Void technique is famous in the world. The Purple Cloud City was an important place of the Gu family. There must be many disciples of the Gu family here. With their help, I'm not afraid that I can't find you. In the end, the 10,000 Thunder Saint smiled proudly. Not long after, the man in black returned and brought a disciple of the Gu family with him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint and the disciple of the Gu family entered the VIP pavilion again. The two of them discussed for a while and then gathered people to set off. On the other side, Lin Xian left the place as soon as he left the Purple Cloud Palace. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached the extreme, shaking off a group of pursuers. But soon, he frowned. Because he found that the entire Purple Cloud Palace was shrouded in a formation. Needless to say, it was done to catch him. Humph. In that case, I'll hide here first. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I can take this opportunity to let the dark red divine dragon complete the rest of the formation. So, he found a remote place to land, changed his figure and aura, and hid directly. Inside the black earth, the dark red divine dragon had obtained all the materials and was ready to complete the formation. Lu Mingyue was also in secluded cultivation, trying to improve her strength again before taking action. After all, the saint of all beginnings was not weaker than her before. Now that she had become the saint, the sacred ground would definitely spare no effort to cultivate her. Perhaps her strength had already reached a very terrifying realm. Chapter 1851. At night, the moon was very bright, like a large silver plate hanging high in the night sky. The gentle light sprinkled down, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, pure white and hazy. Lin Xian was in a dilapidated temple. It was in the suburbs, and there were not many people around. He stood quietly in front of the temple and looked up at the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down on his body, forming a layer of gauze. At this moment, Lin Xian's state of mind was unusually calm. The battle during the day was too intense, and he needed to calm down and take care of his body. At this moment, he had entered an ethereal state, as if he had forgotten everything around him. As for his soul, it was drifting away from his body, appearing high up in the sky and roaming the earth. It was a strange feeling, as if Lin Xian had broken away from everything and became an outsider, quietly watching the world. It was not cultivation, but this strange feeling gave Lin Xian a lot of inspiration. He felt that his realm had increased by another level. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the latter half of the night, the surroundings were still quiet, but dark clouds appeared, covering the moonlight. Buzz! At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a sharp light pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing towards Lin Xian. This attack was very sudden, without any warning. Moreover, the attack was very sharp and terrifying. The terrifying light seemed to tear everything apart, and its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. Lin Xian withdrew from the ethereal state, then used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared from the void, ruthlessly nailing itself to the ground. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. Not only that, the black spear was too terrifying, and there were black flames dancing on it. The flames spread fiercely, like the flames of hell, covering the entire space. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough, and he dodged the spear. However, the terrifying flames still made his figure visible. What a terrifying killing intent! Lin Xian frowned. This black spear gave him a very dangerous feeling. To be able to give him such a feeling, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure aura. It should be at least a high-grade earth step treasure. This kind of weapon was very rare and not just anyone could have it. The identity of the person who came must be very special. Sure enough, in the next moment, many people appeared in the surrounding void. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful, like a fiend god. Their cold gazes stared coldly ahead, staring at Lin Xian. The leader of the group was a young man with a handsome face. He wore a thunderous robe and had a cold smile on his face. It was the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Brat, you're pretty good at dodging. But so what if he could hide? In the end, I still found him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and retrieved the black spear that was stuck in the ground. It really is you. Lin Xian's face darkened as he looked at the scene around him. He had long known that the other party harbored evil intentions and would try to kill him. However, he did not expect that the other party would be able to find him so quickly. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Could it be that he had left behind some flaws? Brat, it seems that you're very confused. No matter how good you are at hiding, can you hide from the Great Void technique? Don't forget that this Purple Cloud City is the territory of the Gu family. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. The Great Void technique. Could it be that the Gu family had made a move? But it shouldn't be. The ancient cultivator had just given him a purple cloud token and expressed his intention to rope him in. Why would he send people to find him and assist the 10,000 Thunder Saint at this moment? But soon, he figured it out. Because for a clan of the ancients as large as the Gu family, its internal factions must be complicated. The ancient cultivator's faction showed that they were trying to rope him in, but other factions might be on the same side as the 10,000 Thunder Saint. I see. You actually found the Gu family as a helper. It seems that in order to hunt me down, you really put in a lot of effort. Lin Xian said coldly. It's good that you know. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. Brat, quickly hand over the innate purple thunder stone if you know what's good for you. Then, obediently surrender and wait for my judgment. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll end up very miserably. Surrender and be captured. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can defeat me? Do it if you can. It's not too late to say these words after you've caught me. Humph, you're really stubborn. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the saint like this? Reckless fool, it seems that I still need to teach you a lesson personally. At this moment, a man in green walked out of the crowd in front of him. He looked to be in his 20s. His whole body was extremely strong, and a cold light flickered on his body. A terrifying aura soared into the sky like a sharp sword. Who are you? Quickly tell me your name. If not, then hurry up and get out of here. You're not worthy of my attack. Lin Xian shouted coldly with a piercing killing intent in his voice. You're courting death. The man in green roared angrily. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he was also furious. In the next moment, he attacked decisively. With a wave of his arm, streaks of sharp light surged out and turned into a long rainbow in the sky, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a bright light bloomed in his eyes. He realized that the divine rainbow was a flying knife. It was extremely sharp, and its bright light illuminated the entire space. Not only was the light bright, but the terrifying energy it carried was also shocking. A hidden weapon expert. Lin Xian frowned. He rarely met such a person. The other party had cultivated to the king realm, and his cultivation was as high as a 6-star king. At this moment, each of the hidden weapons he used was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, countless divine red lights completely enveloped Lin Xian. Then, terrifying energy exploded, forming a 5-colored light that enveloped the front. Humph, what expert! You're nothing in front of me. The man in green sneered, looking very proud. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the 5-colored light in front of him dissipated, and the void quickly healed. However, Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? The man in green could not believe it. The speed of his hidden weapons was extremely fast. Even a 6-star king could not dodge them. Moreover, there were so many of them. Even if the other party could dodge them, he would definitely be severely injured. However, there was no blood flowing in the sky in front of him at all. There was also no pungent smell of blood in the void. This meant that the other party was not injured at all. What was going on? The man in green frowned. He realized that things were beyond his expectations. Whoosh! In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and Lin Xian's figure appeared very close to the man in green. Chapter 1852. The man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dodge his attack and come to his side. He hadn't discovered anything yet. This truly shocked him to the core, and even his hair stood on end. Boz! In the next moment, he hurriedly activated his king's domain to cover his body and form a strong defensive barrier. Many dazzling flying daggers circled in front of him, ready to be launched at any time. Die, brat! The man in green roared crazily as hundreds of flying daggers rushed out in front of him. The terrifying power shattered the entire void. This attack was so terrifying that even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to block it. However, all of this had no effect on Lin Xian. Due to Lin Xian's incredible speed, he managed to evade all of the hidden weapons and arrived before the man in green. Boom! In the next moment, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist rushed out and a violent aura spread in all directions. Even the flying daggers and hidden weapons nearby were all shattered. Nothing could stop it. What? Seeing this, the man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so fast. This time, the distance was very close. No one below the Almighty could dodge it. However, Lin Fan had completely dodged it. He wasn't even hurt by a single flying dagger. This was simply too inconceivable. Moreover, his opponent's terrifying fist made his hair stand on end. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield. It quickly enlarged and blocked his side. Not only that, but a set of green armor appeared on his body. Starlight flickered and formed a radiance that covered the sky, enveloping his body. Boom! However, he still underestimated the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. This incomparably terrifying fist had a destructive aura. It was as if it could kill even gods and Buddhas. Therefore, in an instant, the silver shield in front of the man in green was shattered into pieces. Boom! After shattering the silver shield, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist didn't stop at all. It turned into a black dragon and roared. In an instant, it enveloped the man in green. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations were heard. The radiance that filled the sky with violent power swept out in all directions. The green armor on the man in green was dented. Not only that, the man in green spat out a mouthful of blood and his body exploded. What? Kill him with one punch. The kings behind him were all stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that such a powerful green-clothed youth was killed by a single punch. What kind of strength was this? Who else? Come at me if you want to fight me one-on-one. Of course, if all of you attack at the same time, then I'll take you on as well. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, which was his maximum speed. Therefore, no matter how many people there were, as long as he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Humph, brat, you're really arrogant. Let me kill you. Right at this moment, another cold shout sounded out. Then, a man in yellow flew over quickly. The surrounding cultivators did not immediately make a move. Instead, they watched this scene with sneers on their faces. Because as far as they were concerned, this place had already been surrounded by them, and it was impossible for the other party to escape. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they made their move. Moreover, they also wanted to see just how strong the other party was. The yellow-clothed youth came to the opposite side of Lin Xian. He was wearing an ancient battle armor, which shone with a cold light. Brat, no matter how strong you are, it's useless in front of my battle armor. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. His black battle armor was not an ordinary treasure, but an extremely powerful defensive treasure. Therefore, although he had seen Lin Xian kill the green-clothed youth, he still dared to stand up at this moment. It was because of the battle armor on his body. It's just a piece of battle armor. Do you really think it can save you? Lin Xian sneered, then attacked again. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and the shadow of a black dragon appeared in the sky. It quickly waved its dragon claws, forming a terrifying spatial crack that swept forward. Clang! Clang! The spatial crack hit the yellow-clothed youth, and a metallic sound rang out. Suddenly, the black battle armor on the yellow-clothed young man emitted a dazzling light, forming strange runes that completely covered his body. It fought against the terrifying spatial crack, but it was unharmed. What a powerful battle armor! The surrounding kings were moved when they saw this scene. The yellow-clothed youth raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, brat, did you see that? Your attack is useless in front of me. Now, have a taste of my attack. The yellow-clothed youth sneered, then he pulled out a silver battle axe and slashed it forward. Boom! The axe fell, and the void split open. Not only that, but a huge crescent arc appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless silver lightning bolts. The axe seemed to be able to split open the sky and the earth. It was terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Xian used his movement skill again and dodged the shocking axe. He came to a safe place, but he frowned slightly. He had to admit that the opponent's black battle armor was indeed terrifying. Even the powerful black destruction dragon had no effect on it. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen it. It was indeed a treasure that tempted him. The next moment, he sneered. Since you're here to give me a treasure, I'll accept it. With that, his body swayed and he rushed forward. You're courting death. The yellow-clothed youth was furious when he heard that. His opponent dared to covet his battle armor. He was courting death. One had to know that with this armor in hand, even if he were to fight against a chosen, he would be able to retreat with ease. He could even escape if he encountered an almighty. That was because the black battle armor was given to him by an almighty in his family. That terrifying power made him invincible even before the battle began. With such a powerful battle armor, his opponent dared to fight him in close combat. He was courting death. He must be out of his mind. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-clothed youth sneered and waved the silver battle axe in his hand, slashing in all directions. He was not afraid of anyone in close combat. Buzz! The next moment, Lin Xian appeared behind the yellow-clothed youth. Then, he punched out. Boom! 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 A destructive aura surged out and rushed forward. The yellow-clothed youth felt the terrifying power behind him and turned around abruptly. To be honest, he was shocked because his opponent was too fast. However, he was not afraid at all because he knew that his opponent's fist could not hurt him. If his opponent could not break through his defense, it would be futile no matter how fast he was. Therefore, he took the punch head-on and did not retreat at all. Chapter 1853. However, he was only sent flying backward. There was no injury on his body. Furthermore, the black cloak battle armor had even neutralized the remaining energy waves. The young man in yellow only stopped after he had retreated more than 1,000 meters. Then, he turned around to face Lin Xian and laughed. Ha, boy, don't waste your energy. Any of your attacks are useless against me. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the young man again. At this time, his back was facing the Holy Son of Myriad Thunder and the others. Thus, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! Heavenly secret godly eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian finally performed this terrifying eye technique. What is this? The young man in yellow finally changed his expression because he realized that this time, his opponent did not perform a violent fist attack. Instead, it formed a pair of golden eyes. He knew that this was a soul attack. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. The next moment, he wanted to scream and run away, but he could not do so at all. Because when he saw the golden eyes, he was stunned. The young man in yellow was stunned when he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes. The next moment, he felt that his soul was sucked away by the golden eyes and then entered a special space. What the people outside saw was that the young man in yellow suddenly stopped in midair. He did not move and even gave up resisting. Then, Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, a shocking saber light slashed across and cut the young man's head open. Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed the headless corpse and shook it forcefully, shattering it into pieces. Then, he grabbed the black cloak battle armor in his hand. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he sensed the terrifying energy coming from the black armor. This is really good stuff. I'll take it. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Even the holy son of myriad thunder's mind went blank. He could not figure out how Lin Xian succeeded. He recognized that yellow-clothed young man, and he was a genius disciple of a great clan in the Northern Territory. Moreover, he had the black cloak battle armor that was passed down by a powerful figure in his family. It could be said that his defense was unparalleled. Even he would find it difficult to kill him. But now, the yellow-clothed youth had been killed. Moreover, he was killed so easily. There wasn't even any resistance. Damn it, what the hell happened before? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. This was because they had no idea what had happened at that moment that caused the yellow-clothed young man to actually give up on resisting. Just as they were puzzled, on the other side, Lin Xian used his powerful soul power to erase the soul imprint on the armor. Then, with a wave of his hand, the armor quickly enlarged and covered his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The black battle armor blossomed with light, taking on the shape of Lin Xian's body. Then, it flickered with an ice-cold radiance. Ha, this is indeed a good item. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He could naturally feel the strength of this battle armor. Previously, even his black dragon fist could not easily cause damage to it. One could only imagine how terrifying this armor was. He was afraid that with this battle armor, he could withstand the attack of a powerful figure. Lin Xian even had the confidence to fight with a powerful figure now. The next moment, he turned to look ahead and said in a cold voice. Who else has treasures in their hands? Send them to me. Today, I'll take them all. To be honest, he was really happy today because these people who followed the Holy Son of Thousand Thunder to hunt him down were all powerful geniuses. Everyone had treasures in their hands. Some of these treasures were very useful to him, such as the black cloak battle armor. If he could get it, it would definitely improve his strength again. Even if he killed the holy daughter of all beginnings in the future, it would greatly increase his chances of winning. Therefore, Lin Xian was very happy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people in front fell silent. Because he had killed two powerful geniuses in a row and displayed his powerful strength, they had to take him seriously. However, some people could not help but think that he was too arrogant. Damn boy, how dare he be so arrogant? I'll kill him. At this moment, someone finally could not help but prepare to attack. It was a middle-aged man who had reached 700 or 800 years old. He belonged to the older generation and was extremely powerful. Ordinary young kings could not be compared to him. Seeing the older generation expert attack, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Because they knew that the middle-aged man's strength was absolutely terrifying. They thought that the other party would not be able to block it. The middle-aged man had blue hair and was dressed in black. He strode forward. His footsteps were very heavy, and the void trembled as if a mountain was walking in the air. After the middle-aged man walked out, he brought with him a powerful aura. However, the Holy Son of Thousand Thunder was still worried, so he handed over the Hell God's spear in his hand. "Senior, use this as a weapon." "Well, in that case, I'll borrow it first." The blue-haired middle-aged man took the Hell God's spear with a sneer on his chiseled face. "Brat, to be able to die to this artifact, you should be proud. You should know that this Hell God's spear is very terrifying. It has killed more than one powerful figure." "What? It really is that treasure?" After hearing this, the surrounding kings widened their eyes in shock and fear. Previously, they felt that the black spear was very familiar, but they did not expect it to have such a terrifying origin. Indeed, the Hell God's spear was very evil. It was pitch black like black jade, and no one knew what material it was made of. Moreover, it was engraved with mysterious Tao runes that flowed with a cold light. A gentle shake could easily tear the void apart. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this divine spear would be if it was activated with great magic power. It has killed a powerful figure before. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally sense the terrifying aura of the black divine spear. In the next moment, he drew out the Nine Darkness demonic sword and prepared to fight with all his strength. "Useless boy, don't resist. With my strength and the Hell God's spear, you have no power to resist at all." Seeing Lin Xian draw his sword and still want to resist, the blue-haired middle-aged man showed a look of disdain. In his current state, he was confident that he could fight against a powerful figure, let alone a young boy. Therefore, in the next moment, he was ready to attack Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, the entire void began to tremble rapidly as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain. It could not withstand this force at all. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept in all directions. Chapter 1854. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. The terrifying energy caused everyone's expression to change. Humph. On the opposite side, the blue-haired middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He could naturally feel that Lin Xian's strength had increased again. This was unbelievable to him. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act quickly. Boom! So in the next moment, he waved the black spear in his hand and turned it into demonic shadows that charged toward Lin Xian. The Hell God's spear was extremely black and carried a strange demonic power that seemed to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Boom! 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 Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. The black spear carried boundless flames that enveloped the entire sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and clenched the Nine Darkness demonic sword in his hand. Then, he slashed forward. Buzz! 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 The Nine Darkness demonic sword expanded in the wind and turned into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long. It was like a black mountain that was unusually heavy. The sword was engraved with demonic runes that contained a supreme murderous aura. What a terrifying demonic sword! All the surrounding kings were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They realized that the demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand was too terrifying. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Hell God's spear. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How can he have so many treasures? The demonic sword was at least an upper-grade Earth-rank treasure. It might even be stronger. Fortunately, the blue demon Taoist was using the Hell God Spear. Otherwise, this battle would be unpredictable. Discussions broke out. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. Boom! On the battlefield, Lin Xian waved the hundreds of feet-long demonic sword and quickly stood up. The entire sky collapsed in an instant. The terrifying black spear radiance and the boundless flames started to tremble violently. Then, the two collided. Boom! Boom! Like a thunderclap, this terrifying energy was sent flying in all directions. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saints' expression changed. Fortunately, before he came, he had set up layers upon layers of formations around the area, which were able to conceal his aura. Otherwise, just this vibration alone would alarm all the experts in the entire Purple Cloud City. If a mighty being like the ancient cultivators were to come, they would definitely protect Lin Xian. At that time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In front of him, Lin Xian slashed down 8 times in a row. The huge black sword chi split apart all the flames and spear lights that filled the sky. Looking at this scene, the blue-haired middle-aged man couldn't believe it. The fact that the other party was able to contend against him was simply unbelievable. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? He's actually so powerful. The blue-haired middle-aged man's face turned gloomy. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was absolutely terrifying and not inferior to his. In addition, the terrifying demon sword was on par with the Hell God Spear. This battle could be said to be a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers, with both sides evenly matched. However, not long after, the middle-aged man's face turned even darker. He realized that his opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his arm was getting numb. The Hell God Spear in his hand almost flew out. This really shocked him to the core. Kid, I'm really angry now. This battle is over. The blue-haired middle-aged man roared and held the Hell God Spear with both hands. In the next moment, he used the Hell God Spear as a long saber and slashed down fiercely. Buzz! The black demonic shadow soared into the sky like a black sun and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boundless power surged downwards, making it hard for anyone to imagine. The light was like a river that reached the 9 heavens. It was endless and nothing could stop it. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious trajectory appeared, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky. The dragon sword field appeared and enveloped the surroundings. The sword chi that filled the sky was like raging waves hitting the shore, piercing through the void. Sky Splitter. Earth Splitter. Demon Slayer. At the same time, Lin Xian slashed out 3 sword chi. The terrifying sword light slashed forward. These 3 sword chi were comprehended by Lin Xian from the giant sword in the oblique moon mystic world. Its power was extremely terrifying and could destroy the experts in the world. At this moment, when he used it, it was even more powerful. Buzz! The first sword broke the black spear shadow that filled the sky. The second sword directly knocked the Hell God Spear away. The third sword cut the blue-haired middle-aged man into 2 halves. After the third sword, everything disappeared. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground and blood stained the ground red. The Hell God Spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground, trembling non-stop. As it swayed, cracks began to appear in the surrounding void. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to snatch it, but the Thousand Thunder Saint was faster. It was his treasure and he could not afford to lose it. So he kept an eye on it. When the Hell God Spear was knocked away, he had already made his move and quickly snatched the Hell God's spear back. The next moment, his face was gloomy. He held the Hell God's spear in his hand, pointed to the front, and shouted coldly. "All of you, attack together and kill him. Kill!" When the surrounding kings received the order, they no longer hesitated and roared. A powerful aura surged from their bodies as they quickly charged forward. To be honest, the previous 3 battles were too shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful and far exceeded their expectations. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for him. But so what? This time, they had a large number of kings. If they joined forces, they could definitely kill him. "Finally, all of you together. Then I'll play with you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the dragon sword realm quickly expanded and shrouded everyone. The sword chi that filled the sky was bright and sharp as it fell mercilessly. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You want to fight against so many kings by yourself. You're courting death." When the kings who rushed over saw this, they immediately sneered. They also opened their king realm and kept colliding with the dragon sword realm. They might not be a match for one person, but with so many of them attacking together, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would not be able to resist. Unless the opponent was a real almighty. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. The dragon sword realm was also activated to the extreme. The sharp light was like a divine red as it quickly slashed in all directions. Puff! In an instant, 5 kings were sent flying. A huge crack appeared on their king realm, and it looked like it was about to be cut in half. How can he be so powerful? Seeing this, the eyelids of the surrounding kings twitched. They did not expect that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to kill the opponent in an instant. This was too terrifying. Hurry up and attack together. Kill him. Otherwise, no one will be at ease in the future. Chapter 1855. Indeed, they already had the intention to kill and had attacked. It could be said that they had formed a deadly feud. If they didn't kill the other party, they would wait for the other party to break through and mature. Then, they would definitely be killed by the other party in the future. This was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I live. Bang! At that moment, 3 kings appeared behind Lin Xian strangely. The long swords in their hands turned into streaks of shocking sword light that quickly stabbed forward. It was too fast. Even Lin Xian couldn't block it. Moreover, there were so many people around. Even if he dodged, he would be hit by other attacks. Therefore, in the next moment, he was hit by the 3 streaks of sword light and was sent flying backward. Lin Xian only stopped after retreating for more than 1,000 meters. However, he sneered, "It's useless. I have to thank you for the black armor you gave me previously. Your attacks can't break through my defense. Damn it, that armor is too troublesome." Perhaps only an Earth-grade superior-grade artifact could pose a threat to him. The 3 kings who had succeeded also had gloomy expressions. Under normal circumstances, even if it was only one body, it would be seriously injured after being ambushed by the 3 of them. But now, the other party was completely fine. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to find a powerful weapon to break through Lin Xian's defense. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're done attacking, it's my turn." He waved his hand and directly set up 7 or 8 killing arrays that quickly enveloped the surroundings. These formations were inscribed by him on a daily basis, and their power was also incomparably strong. They were originally used to deal with danger, but he didn't expect them to be used at this moment. Boom! The terrifying killing arrays exploded, and streaks of terrifying energy swept in all directions. Immediately, the kings resisted frantically. One had to know that Lin Xian's attainments in array formations came from the dark red divine dragon. It was definitely terrifying. Very few people below the mighty figure level could block it. Therefore, at this moment, the kings were screaming in pain. They had the advantage in numbers, but Lin Xian also had many killing arrays. Therefore, all the kings were resisting the terrifying energy in the sky and thinking of ways to break the arrays. Not many people made a move against Lin Xian. Seeing this, the myriad Thunder Saints' face darkened. That was because he didn't expect that so many experts he had brought with him would be easily dealt with by the other party. He found it hard to believe. Furthermore, he realized that he had truly underestimated his opponent. There were so many killing formations, and their power was so terrifying that even he did not have them. However, the other party had casually struck out. Who exactly was this person? How could it possess such a killing array? How could he be so wealthy? To be honest, even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Lin Xian was a rogue cultivator. He guessed that the other party must be a disciple of some mysterious power, and he must have some other purpose for coming out. Brat, I don't care who you are, nor do I care how many killing arrays you have. But since you dared to provoke me, you're dead for sure this time. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted and prepared to do it himself. He had a real body, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. In addition to the Hell God spear in his hand, he could even fight against almighties. So as far as he was concerned, so long as he made a move, it would be extremely easy for him to kill the other party. Lin Xian sneered. Don't bother. It's useless. You can't catch me at all. Even if you make a move, it's useless. He now had the combat strength of a saint, and he had the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand, as well as many treasured artifacts and secret techniques. He could be said to be extremely powerful. He was confident that he could defeat a saint. Therefore, even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint was a real saint and had the Hell God spear, he had no fear. You're courting death. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was furious. The other party dared to look down on him. He was really courting death. He was the true Holy Son, and he was above everyone else. So the next moment, he sneered. Brat, you're really courting death. It seems that you've never fought a real saint. Well, today I'll let you see the power of a real saint. In the 10,000 Thunder Saints' opinion, the other party must be ignorant and did not know how powerful a saint-level genius was. That was why he dared to say such big words. The next moment, he made a move. Boom! The thunder robe on his body billowed, and the endless power of thunder and lightning surged, condensing into a huge figure behind him. It was hundreds of feet tall and stood between heaven and earth. Surrounded by endless thunder and lightning, it looked down on the world. Then, the huge thunder god phantom stretched out a thunder and lightning palm, reaching down and shrouding Lin Xian. Boom! The void cracked open, and countless thunder and lightning surged. For a moment, the entire space turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. What terrifying energy! The 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. The people around were shocked, and then they were ecstatic. It's great that the 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. That brat will definitely die. Let's join forces to remove these killing arrays first. Let's capture that brat together. These people were completely relieved because they were worried that the other party would attack them while they were fighting against the killing arrays. But now it seemed that their worries were completely unnecessary. With the 10,000 Thunder Saint making a move, that brat would definitely not be able to resist. He would probably be killed soon, and there would be no extra time to disturb them. In front, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning palm that covered the sky and earth. He immediately snorted coldly. The next moment, countless sword chi surrounded his body, as if the sword god had descended to the mortal world. Not only that, countless sword chi formed a huge bell in front of him, trembling rapidly. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The sword chi sound wave was extremely terrifying, piercing through the sky in all directions. It contended with the terrifying thunder and lightning palm in the sky. The two collided, causing a huge explosion, and continued to fight in the air. This scene was naturally perceived by the surrounding kings, and then they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, how is this possible? He actually blocked the 10,000 Thunder Saints' attack. Heavens, am I dreaming? How did he do it? Does he really have the combat strength of a saint? These people were really confused because they originally thought that as long as the 10,000 Thunder Saint made a move, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian easily. However, that was not the case. Lin Xian had used a terrifying divine skill to block the thunder palm. Even when facing the 10,000 Thunder Saint, his momentum was not inferior at all. This made them think that the two saints were instructing them. He blocked it. The 10,000 Thunder Saint also frowned when he saw this scene. To be honest, this moment was also beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had only blocked one of his attacks. So what? His strength was far beyond that. The next moment, he waved his arm again. Chapter 1856. The sea of thunder surged, and the void cracked. It was as if a thunder mountain was descending from the sky, trying to suppress Lin Xian. In the face of the terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He floated in the dragon sword domain like a sword immortal. On his body, there was a sharp sword wave surging. What followed was a terrifying murderous intent. This killing intent rushed into the sky, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Even the kings who were fighting against the killing formation in the distance felt this shocking killing intent at this moment. Suddenly, all the muscles in their bodies turned cold, and even the blood in their bodies almost solidified. So terrifying. They trembled when they felt this aura. Fortunately, it was the 10,000 Thunder Saint who was fighting with the other party. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to block one move. Boom! In the sky, the second thunder god's palm descended, and it was even more terrifying than the first one. The big hand covered the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It descended fiercely and almost reached Lin Xian's side. The big bell in front of Lin Xian turned into countless sword chi sound waves, resisting the two big hands tenaciously. Boom! 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 The two collided as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting. The terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. This scene was so terrifying that it wasn't even weaker than the magic displayed by a mighty figure. Humph, it's useless. You can't block my attack at all. In front of him, the 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. He was very confident in his Thunder God's phantom. No matter how powerful the other party's sword chi was, it would eventually shatter. Lin Xian's expression was solemn and he remained unmoved. Countless sword chi surrounded him, and the dragon sword domain floated up and down, evolving into a small world. The dragon sword domain was transformed by the dragon sword soul, and it was the most powerful saint art in the world. Of course, it couldn't only be this, and it would only become more powerful in the future. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xian exerted his strength again. He took a step forward like a sword immortal, looking down on all living things. Countless streaks of sword chi transformed into a giant dragon, crawling under his feet and carrying him forward. Behind him, 6 sword god phantoms appeared. Each of them exuded a powerful aura as if they were peerless divine swords. The dragon sword domain shone brightly, enveloping everything. Destroy! Lin Xian uttered a thunderous roar. Immediately, the 6 sword god phantoms attacked. 6 shocking sword chi slashed forward at high speed. Wang! 6 streaks of sword chi slashed down like divine rainbows. The space trembled and shattered. Then, the 6 beams of sword chi slashed at the 2 thunder palms. Boom! Thunder exploded, rushing in all directions. The sword chi was like a tide, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. At this moment, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Gradually, the 2 thunder hands dimmed, as if they would disappear at any moment. The sword chi that filled the sky became more and more powerful, as if it had become the only thing in the world. The 10,000 Thunder Saint is being suppressed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted coldly. He didn't expect his opponent's sword chi to be so sharp, which was indeed rare in his life. However, to suppress him. How could this be? His strength was not limited to this. In the next moment, he roared. More power of thunder and lightning surged out of his body and poured into the thunder god phantoms behind him. Suddenly, the thunder god phantoms became more solid, as if they were the real thunder god from the 9th heaven. Mysterious thunder runes appeared on his body, containing unparalleled power. At the same time, the dim lightning hand also quickly brightened. Then, they clenched their hands into fists and bombarded downward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying thunder fists fell and collided with the sword chi in the sky. The 2 of them exploded. The fierce confrontation between Lin Xian and the 10,000 Thunder Saint caused the whole sky to fall into a frenzy. This battle was simply too intense, causing the surrounding kings to shudder with fear and trepidation. Many of them even turned pale and trembled. The reason for that was because this sort of battle was simply a battle between gods to them. Even a single shockwave could kill them. Wang! In front of them, the battle became even more intense. Sword chi cut in all directions like divine rainbows and bombarded the thunder palms. Lin Xian also performed the demon slaying 3 styles again. As if it was splitting the sky and the earth, it finally blasted the 2 huge thunder palms away. What? It was broken. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a powerful thunder god's fist was actually broken by sword chi. What kind of sword technique is this? How could it be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saints' pupils shrank. This scene was beyond his expectations. He was very confident in his thunder god phantoms and thought that his opponent could not break it. But now, his thunder fists were shattered by his opponent's terrifying sword chi. This shocked him. You're courting death. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared. His eyes were like lightning, his black hair fluttered, and his whole body erupted with thunder and lightning aura. He looked like an ancient thunder god who had awakened. Terrifying thunder and lightning spread in all directions. In the next moment, he rushed forward with thunder in the sky. Wang! The hell god's spear in his hand bloomed with black light, and terrifying demonic shadows surrounded him. Then, he stabbed out with the spear. The hell god's spear waved, carrying a powerful force. Every strike was like a meteorite from outer space. It was extremely terrifying. It was even accompanied by hot gray flames that spread rapidly. It was terrifying. Humph! Seeing his opponent coming, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he approached. He took a step forward, and the sword chi on his body suddenly burst out. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down quickly. The dragon sword realm shrouded the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the sword chi in the sky fell crazily. The two fought fiercely, shaking the sky and the earth. Demon slaying. Suddenly, Lin Xian roared and waved his long sword, which emitted a shocking light. The demonic patterns on it seemed to have awakened, and it emitted a destructive aura. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the terrifying sword chi directly split the entire void. The ground sank in an instant, and the surrounding ceiling array began to shake violently. It seemed as if it would break at any time. It could not be helped. This sword was too terrifying. The black demonic shadows in the sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's pupils shrank. He felt a sharp sword wave falling from the sky, enveloping him and splitting him in half. Get lost. Suddenly, he held the Hell God spear in his right hand, and his left hand clenched into a fist and punched out quickly. 10,000 Thunder God Fist. Thunder roared. The blue fist was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of thunder crystal. A violent force blasted forward, colliding with the terrifying destructive sword chi. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out, and a terrifying pressure quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, the kings who were resisting the killing array were also affected. One by one, they were sent flying, and some even vomited blood. Chapter 1857. Lin Xian and the myriad Thunder Saint, who were at the center of the explosion, kept retreating like lightning as they stepped on the void. However, Lin Xian had the black armor, which blocked most of the energy impact. Therefore, he only retreated with a pale face. He did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the Saint's son had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was unusually scarlet. What? The Saint's son is injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings got up from the ground with their eyes wide open. This is unbelievable. The Saint's son was injured in a battle with a 5-star king. No one would believe it if they told others. Indeed, not only was the Saint's son injured, but many of his bones were also broken. His eyes were unusually cold. The next moment, he operated a supreme technique, and the bones in his body quickly healed, making crackling sounds. In an instant, his injuries were healed. However, his expression became even colder. The other party had injured him. This was unforgivable. Boy, very good. You have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The Saint's son's eyes were full of killing intent. Humph. Use whatever means you have. I will take it. However, if you are not as good as me and are killed by me, then you can't blame anyone else. Lin Xian shouted coldly as sword chi surged on his body. Boom! The battle broke out again. Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword and Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly killed his way forward. The Saint's son controlled the Hell God spear and the endless sea of thunder to fight. This time, a crystal-clear thunder armor appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying and shining with endless brilliance. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying Upper Earth Steppe treasure. With a strong defense, the Saint's son was even more ferocious. He launched all kinds of attacks without any regard for his life, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme, even though there was a huge gap between him and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them, the Great Dragon Sword Soul's offensive saint technique made this gap non-existent. His attack power was not weaker than his opponent's at all. Moreover, the more he fought, the braver he became. The entire void had been beaten beyond recognition. Buzz! The great dragon sword's soul roared, and Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist again. The terrifying thing was that the Black Dragon Fist turned into layers of dragon shadows and charged forward. The sudden Armageddon Black Dragon Fist landed squarely on the myriad Thunder Sage's body. Even with the armor's protection, he was sent flying and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ah! I will kill you!" The Saint Son of 10,000 Thunder roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surrounded by terrible thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. He was too angry. After fighting for so long, he had actually been injured twice. Although his opponent had also been affected, it wasn't as serious as his. In this way, he was not his opponent's. This was unbearable. Therefore, at the next moment, he was prepared to use his ultimate skill to end this battle. Thunder, 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 thunders, thunder, 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 as thunder, thunder was thunder of was not. Was. The thunder armor on his body shone, forming a dazzling light that blocked all the sword chi. At this moment, the Saint's Son was extremely powerful. The sea of thunder surged around him. He took a step forward and instantly came to Lin Xian's side. His pace was extremely fast. At the same time, he waved the Hell God's spear in his hand, carrying the demonic shadows and the terrifying power of thunder, and stabbed forward. Suddenly, thousands of black spear lights filled the air, and gray flames spewed out. The terrifying power surged, and the entire sky collapsed. As for the surrounding buildings, they were reduced to ashes by this energy. Even the kings in the distance all retreated frantically, not daring to get close. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The Hell God's spear swept across, carrying a terrifying murderous aura. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Everything turned into nothingness. At this moment, the Saint's Son seemed to have turned into a killing god. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying the situation was. Therefore, he did not resist at all. Instead, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. For a moment, countless afterimages appeared in the sky. It was impossible to know where Lin Xian's real body was. Puff! Puff! The 10,000 Lightning Saint's cold voice sounded. "It's useless. This time, you can't escape." Soon, the Saint's Son locked onto Lin Xian's real body. Then, the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and charged toward him. Lin Xian knew that he could not avoid it. He could only resist it. However, he was not afraid at all. Terrifying sword chi appeared around him. Streaks of dazzling sword light tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. The 9 swimming demonic sword in his hand soared into the sky, sweeping everything in its path. For a moment, the hellfire in the sky was annihilated, and a terrifying crack appeared in the void. The spear shadows in the sky were also broken in an instant. The sword cut through the heavens. His hair was filled with a destructive aura. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Clang! 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 The 9 darkness demonic sword collided with the Hell God's spear. Countless sparks flew in all directions. Each of them was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing terrifying deep pits in the ground. Even more attacks landed on the 2 of them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were wearing top-notch defensive armors. That was why they could withstand so many attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other 6-star king, they would have been killed by this attack. Even so, the 2 of them were not in a good situation. After all, no matter how strong the Zhan family's defense was, it was impossible for them to eliminate it completely. Therefore, the power still penetrated their armors and invaded their bodies. For a moment, both of them were injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Saint Son of Myriad Thunder went crazy, and Lin Xian finally shed blood. One had to admit that the Saint's son was a powerful and terrifying opponent. Bang! After another fierce collision, Lin Xian and the Saint's son retreated 1,000 meters each and stood in the void, facing each other. They didn't attack again because the injuries in their bodies were already very serious. They had to suppress it. Whoosh! As the future successor of the Thousand Thunders' sacred ground, the Saint's son had many treasures in his hands. He quickly took out a jade bottle and drank a bottle of spiritual liquid. Immediately, the injuries in his body were quickly healed. Not only that, but streaks of sparkling and translucent light surrounded his body, as if it was a rainbow. Lin Xian did not swallow any elixirs. His longevity incantation was a sacred technique for healing injuries. The next moment, he activated the longevity incantation, and the blood in his body burst out like thunder. Chapter 1858. In the next moment, he also recovered from his injuries. Everyone looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. This method was too heaven-defying. They couldn't do it at all. Because they didn't have Lin Xian's longevity secret art, nor were they as rich as the Thousand Thunder Saint. Therefore, if they encountered such a serious injury, they would definitely die. However, what they didn't know was that in this match that seemed to be evenly matched, both of them had recovered. However, there was actually a hidden danger in the Thousand Thunder Saint's body. This was because Lin Xian's sword aura was not something that could be easily removed. That was the sword chi produced by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp and even had an indestructible aura. Although it was suppressed now, if it wasn't completely removed, it would erupt sooner or later, causing more serious injuries. The Thousand Thunder Saint didn't pay attention to this at all. Firstly, he believed in the healing panacea in his hand. Secondly, all his energy was now focused on how to kill his opponent. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the sword chi at all. Lin Xian also frowned. Now, both sides were really angry, and the surrounding government could collapse at any time. At that time, the commotion here would definitely attract the experts from the Purple Cloud City. If a mighty figure came, then his situation wouldn't be good. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, Lin Xian displayed the dragon sword realm. His whole body was like a sword god, standing in the realm. The dragon sword realm bloomed with a bright light, as if it was a sword Dao world, isolating all auras. The sky full of gray flames and the terrifying black demonic shadow were all blocked outside. Kill! Lin Xian carried the dragon sword realm and charged over again. Humph! The Thousand Thunder Saint snorted coldly and also propped up a thunder realm, and there was even a thunder god's phantom inside. As a saint, his realm was even more terrifying. It was beyond ordinary people. And the opponent was just a 5-star king. How dare he challenge him with a realm? He was really courting death. Go to hell, boy. The Thousand Thunder Saint roared and instantly came forward with the Thunder Realm. The terrifying power of thunder turned into energy that filled the sky and blasted over fiercely. It seemed that the Thousand Thunder Saint wanted to flood Lin Xian's realm. Chop! The dragon sword domain trembled, and the countless sword chi inside transformed into a crescent moon, slashing forward. This crescent moon sword chi was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of sword Dao as it charged forward. The myriad Thunder Saint's son was startled. That crescent-shaped sword chi gave him a very dangerous feeling. In fact, it could even take his life. This made him feel incredulous. The other party was only a 5-star king realm. How could his attainments in the king realm be so terrifying? In fact, he was not inferior to him at all. Damn it, this brat is definitely hiding his strength. Wan Leixing realized that he absolutely could not judge Lin Xian by his cultivation base. This was because his battle prowess, domain, and soul power had all surpassed that of a 5-star king. In the sky, it really seemed like a crescent moon was pressing down, extinguishing the endless hellfire. It even blocked the lightning that filled the sky. The terrifying crescent sword Qi slashed towards the myriad thunder sage with terrifying energy. Descent of the Thunder God. Sensing the crisis, the myriad thunder saint shouted and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and merged into his king's domain. Then, a Thunder God phantom appeared again. This Thunder God's phantom was different from the previous one. It wasn't 100 zhang tall, but it was only 12 meters tall. However, it was more solid. It was as if the real Thunder God had descended to the world with terrifying lightning power. My myriad Thunder God art is invincible. What can you do to me? The myriad Thunder Saint's son roared crazily. His eyes flickered with eternal light as he blasted toward the crescent moon sword Qi. Boom! The next moment, the two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The myriad Thunder Saint's son was sent flying thousands of meters away. In the next moment, the crescent moon sword Qi in the sky also exploded with a loud bang. Impossible, your power can't be stronger than mine. The myriad Thunder Saint's son looked crazy. This time, he was injured again, but the other party's sword Qi was only shattered. He could not believe that the real body was not injured. Fury of the Thunder God, kill. The myriad Thunder Saint's son went crazy. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall Thunder God merged with him, and his whole body erupted with unparalleled power. The Hell God's spear waved, carrying a curve of lightning. A thick aura of thunder spread out and shrouded Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian looked calm. He raised his arm high and pointed the 9 Serenity's demonic sword at the sky. Suddenly, in the Dragon Sword realm, countless sword Qi condensed and formed a sun. It was extremely bright and was completely condensed by sword Qi. It was very dazzling, like a real sun, blooming with endless light. In the next moment, this huge sun, accompanied by Lin Xian's movements, fell crazily. Accompanying it was not only the sharp sword Qi, but also the endless heat. At this moment, the power of the great dragon sword soul finally manifested. It could evolve all things in the world. Boom! In the sky, one side was a bright sun, and the other side was incomparably violent lightning. The two sides kept fighting in the air and then annihilated each other. This time, the myriad Thunder Saint's son was blasted away again. Even the thunder on his body dimmed a lot. The terrifying sun was like a divine sword, and the light was like sword Qi. It was extremely sharp and hit him, sending him flying. And after that, the battle broke out again. The myriad Thunder Saint's son used the divine power of the myriad thunder sacred ground, while Lin Xian was like a sword god. In his hand, the sword Qi that filled the sky turned into everything in the world. Mountains, seas, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars. Each of them was incomparably real and terrifying. It was as if Lin Xian was evolving a world. The surrounding King Realm cultivators were all shocked by this scene. This was too shocking. They had never thought that the myriad Thunder Saint's son would be suppressed one day, and by a 5-star king at that. Boom! Boom! After hundreds of moves, the myriad Thunder Saint's son vomited blood and was sent flying again. The Thunder God phantom on his body finally disappeared, and his aura rapidly declined. Obviously, the time for summoning the Thunder God Phantom was up, and he had also suffered an extremely serious injury. This caused his battle strength to decrease greatly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He was like an unstoppable god of war. Damn brat, I was careless this time. But the next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. The myriad Thunder Saint's son gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to fight with his opponent again. Because if they continued to fight, he would definitely die. At this moment, he no longer cared about the innate purple thunderstone. He turned around and turned into a flash of lightning, fleeing toward the sky. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly chased after him. Boom! The myriad Thunder Saint's son was determined to escape. Not only did he use the Thunder God's steps, but 2 Thunder God's wings also appeared on his back, carrying him to fly quickly. Chapter 1859. Run away. The kings and the surroundings were also fleeing frantically. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint had left. They did not dare to stay any longer. If the other party came back, none of them would be a match for him. Therefore, these people also fled in all directions. 3 of the killing arrays that Lin Xian had set up were destroyed, and the remaining 5 were summoned back by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. These undamaged killing arrays could be used again. He only needed to refine them. Without the concealment of the array, the aura and scene here were all known to the powerhouse of the Purple Cloud City. Countless kings looked at the suburbs at this moment. Then, they were extremely shocked. That was because that place had been reduced to nothingness. Everything no longer existed. Who the hell is fighting here? How can they conceal all auras? This is too terrifying. I can feel that the remaining aura is too terrifying. Those below the Almighty are simply invincible. Fuck, it can't be that 2 saints are fighting, right? A series of discussions sounded. The kings rushed over and were shocked when they saw this scene. Soon, everyone looked up at the sky. Look, there are people fighting over there. In the night sky, 2 figures were like flowing lights, one in front and one behind. They chased each other and kept colliding with each other. These 2 figures were naturally Lin Xian and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. One of them was escaping, and the other was chasing. The battle between them was extremely intense. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had escaped, but it seemed that he was not trying to escape from the Purple Cloud City. Instead, he had been hovering above the Purple Cloud City, as if waiting for something. This made Lin Xian very uneasy because he was afraid that the Almighty of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land would come. If that happened, he would be in trouble. However, after waiting for a while, he found that no Almighty had appeared, so he continued to attack. Heavens, this power is too terrifying. It's really 2 holy suns fighting. Everyone looked at the 2 flowing lights in the sky in shock. The speed was so fast that ordinary kings could not see the figures at all. They could only see the surging power constantly colliding in the sky. When they sensed this power, their faces turned pale because this was the power of a saint. The kings were not the only ones who sensed it. Even the Almighties extended their senses to observe the battle in the sky. What? It's him. Among them, the ancient cultivators also looked up at the sky. As a powerful being, he could clearly see the people fighting in the sky. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was not surprised. After all, the other party was a saint. It was normal for him to have this kind of energy. However, the other person shocked him greatly because he also knew that person. It was Lin Xian. Previously, he was very concerned about Lin Xian and wanted to pull him into his Gu clan. This was because he felt that Lin Xian's talent was very good. Moreover, he was a young prodigy. After a few decades of growth, it was not impossible for him to reach the level of a saint. But now, he was extremely shocked. This was because the power displayed by the other party had already reached the level of a saint. And even stronger. Because judging from the current situation, it was the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun who was running away. This was too shocking. A Holy Sun was actually being chased by a rogue cultivator. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Everyone looked at the sky. This almost dreamlike scene was extremely shocking. This battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down by future generations. In the sky, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was extremely anxious. He didn't expect that the person he was waiting for hadn't appeared yet. Moreover, the other party was so aggressive, which made him extremely angry. This was because at this moment, all the martial artists in Purple Cloud City had seen it. If this spread out, he was afraid that he would become the laughing stock of the entire eastern wilderness. Therefore, in the next moment, he swallowed the healing elixir again. Then, he suddenly turned around and waved the Hell God Spear in his hand again. Like a black river falling, thousands of black spear shadows surged. This attack was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian was even more powerful. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and released thousands of sword chi, annihilating all the void. In an instant, the terrifying sword light swept across and broke through all the attacks. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun roared and wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. It turned out that the sword chi that he had suppressed before had finally erupted. Impossible. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed drastically. He had swallowed a lot of healing elixirs before and had healed his wounds. But now, how could there still be such violent sword chi in his body? He couldn't figure it out. He didn't know that Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying and couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, at this time, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries finally erupted again. The violent sword chi crazily scurried inside his body, destroying the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body. Puff! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face turned pale. He vomited blood and was about to collapse. Humph! Lin Xian seized this opportunity and waved his sword again. The long sword fiercely chopped the Hell God Spear and sent it flying. Then, he performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly hid behind the Hell God Spear. What? The martial artists below looked at this scene and felt their scalps tingle. They didn't expect that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun would even lose the treasure in his hand. This was really unbelievable. It seemed that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries were more serious than expected. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was furious. The Hell God Spear was his weapon. If he lost it, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, his combat strength would also be affected. Therefore, regardless of his injuries, he forcibly operated the spiritual power in his body and even stimulated his potential to attack crazily. Boom! The sky was torn apart like a giant abyss. A thunderous beast claw stretched out from it and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. It wanted to take back the Hell God Spear. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He held the Hell God Spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Then, a huge demonic shadow rushed into the sky, piercing everything in the world and blasting away the Thunder Claw. The 9 Serenity's demonic sword in his right hand waved and once again released a crescent-shaped sword chi and chopped down fiercely. No! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed. If he was hit by this crescent-shaped sword chi, he couldn't resist at all and might even be killed. All the spectating martial artists were also extremely shocked. If the 10,000th Thunder Holy Sun was really killed, it would be the first time in history. Could it be that someone can really create a miracle? Everyone's eyes widened. The crescent-shaped sword Chi was about to hit the 10,000th Thunder Holy Sun. However, at this moment, a sigh was suddenly heard. Then, an old figure appeared beside the 10,000th Thunder Holy Sun. It was an old man. He wasn't tall and had gray hair. His weather-beaten face was engraved with the wrinkles of time. His eyes flickered with vicissitudes of life. There was also a shocking aura. He stretched out his palm and waved gently. Immediately, the crescent-shaped sword Chi in the sky stopped. Chapter 1860. The old man stretched out his palm and waved it gently. Immediately, the half-moon sword aura in the sky was frozen. The next moment, the half-moon sword aura seemed to be pierced by a great energy and then disappeared into the void. What's going on? What happened? The kings didn't understand what had happened, but the ancient cultivators frowned. To be honest, they knew that although the 10,000th Thunder Saint was dangerous, they weren't too worried. Because they knew that the 10,000th Thunder Saint must have a protector by his side. Indeed, peerless geniuses like the Saint of the Sacred Ground and the Saint and Divine Bodies of the remote antiquity families must have powerhouses protecting them. Such people were called protectors. They usually didn't come out. Only when the saint was in danger of life and death would they take action. At this moment, the 10,000th Thunder Saint's protector finally took action when his life was threatened. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Such a terrifying half-moon sword aura was easily blocked, which made him feel incredulous. The next moment, he saw an old man beside the 10,000th Thunder Saint. He was shocked. Almighty! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He was ready to leave at any time. Sure enough, the other party was protected by an almighty. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he was confident that he could escape. After all, he had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. After the protector destroyed the half-moon sword aura, he didn't attack Lin Xian, which surprised Lin Xian. The 10,000th Thunder Saint was overjoyed when he saw the protector come out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, kill him." However, the protector shook his head. "My duty is to protect your safety. I won't attack anyone." After saying that, the protector ignored the 10,000th Thunder Saint and looked at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You win this battle. However, don't be too complacent. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I'll take him back to cultivate. The next time you meet, it's not certain who will win. You lost. Come back with me." The Tao Protector looked at the 10,000th Thunder Saint again. "As for what you lost, you need to take it back yourself. No one can help you." "Yes." The Myriad Thunder Saint nodded, his eyes full of unwillingness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Shi this time, but he swore that he would definitely kill Qin Shi next time. "Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Take back the Hell God Spear and the innate purple Thunderstone." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. The protector's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Myriad Thunder Saint's son and his protector leave. He wasn't even afraid of Wan Lei. However, that Tao Protector was too much of a threat to him. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As for the surrounding kings, they were truly astonished when they saw this scene. Lost, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder actually lost. This was absolutely shocking news. Thinking about it, Lin Xian's name would quickly spread throughout the entire northern region, and even the eastern wilderness. After all, it was a great honor to be able to defeat a saint. As for the ancient cultivators and those experts, their expressions were solemn. I didn't expect that even the saint's son of myriad thunder would lose. This young man is really powerful. This is a golden age. In addition to the geniuses of the sacred grounds and the geniuses of the remote antiquity families, other places are also full of monsters and geniuses. This is definitely a golden age for the cultivation world. I think there will be a great emperor in this era. Everyone exclaimed. They felt the pressure. Because more and more geniuses and experts were appearing. This was an era of great competition. Everyone was desperately cultivating and working hard to climb up, striving to become the world's supreme being. Only the strongest could walk down this path. On the other side, Lin Xian also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly left the place. While everyone was still in a daze, he quickly left. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if some almighty targeted him. The protectors did not attack him, but it did not mean that the other almighties would not attack him. After all, he had treasures like the Khanate Purple Thunder Rock, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid, and the Hell God Spear. It was enough to make people jealous. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared into the night sky. No one knew where he went. The few almighties who were scheming sighed, shook their heads, and stopped attacking. His speed was not inferior to theirs, and they were one step behind. It was impossible for them to catch up with him. Moreover, they were not willing to provoke this young genius if they were not sure of winning. After all, he had unlimited potential when he grew up. It was extremely terrifying. In the vast mountains far away from the Purple Cloud City, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He opened up a cave and then went into seclusion. He casually set up some formations and then entered the Black Earth. Inside the Black Earth, the dark red divine dragon had reached the final juncture. It was about to finish resisting the almighties. On the other side, Lu Mingyue was also in seclusion, trying her best to break through. Lin Xian did not disturb the two. Instead, he chose a place to rest. After all, today's battle with the 10,000 Thunder Saint was too dangerous. This time, he also had a taste of the Saint's combat power, which could be said to be powerful. If he did not have the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it would be difficult to defeat the Saint. Moreover, it would be very difficult to kill the Saint. Not to mention that these saints had endless secret techniques and magic treasures, they also had terrifying protectors around them. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to kill them. However, this time, Lin Xian's results were also very obvious. First, he defeated the 10,000 Thunder Saint and gained great fame and honor. In addition, he obtained the black armor with extremely strong defense, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid that could bring the dead back to life, and the Hell God Spear with powerful attack. These 3 treasures could be said to be extremely precious. Even the almighties would be jealous. They were enough to improve Lin Xian's combat power and defense. With such treasures, he would have a greater chance of killing the Saint of all beginnings. Then, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slowly entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to restore all the spiritual power and injuries he had lost today. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body had reached its peak. After another 10 days, the dark red divine dragon's array was finally completed. On the other side, Lu Mingyue also came out of seclusion. Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. The aura on her body had become much stronger. Obviously, she had used countless natural treasures during this seclusion and finally improved her strength again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Great, it's finally completed. He had a set of array in his hand, flickering with mysterious Dao patterns. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue also walked over and carefully observed the array. Chapter 1861. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. After all, the Crimson Shinong was only a 5-star king now, while Almighties were extremely powerful existences. Even the saint might not be able to contend against them. Could an array formation kill such a powerful existence? Kill Almighties? What are you thinking? The Crimson Divine Dragon rolled his eyes. My formation can contend against Almighties, but it can't kill Almighties. This is a teleportation formation that can forcibly teleport Almighties. And the distance is far enough that they won't be able to fly back in a short time. Think about it. As long as all the Almighties around the Saintess of all beginnings are transferred away. Even if those Almighties are still alive, what effect will it have on us? I see. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very shocked. One had to know that Almighties could directly break through the void to escape if they were unwilling to do so. But now, this formation could completely transfer Almighties. It was absolutely shocking. Lin Xian was also delighted, but he still reminded her, don't get too excited. We still don't know how many experts and Almighties the other party will bring. But as far as I know, the Saintess of all beginnings must have a path protector. In other words, apart from the other Almighties, we must compare the path protector with the other party. Only then can we kill the other party. Otherwise, with the path protector, we won't be able to succeed at all. At this time, Lu Mingyue also said, don't worry, there won't be too many Almighties, at most 1 or 2. Firstly, Almighties aren't cabbages, and we aren't Almighties. It's too degrading to use Almighties to deal with us. The Saintess of all beginnings won't mobilize so many Almighties for her face. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a lot more relieved. They could still deal with 1 or 2 Almighties. As for the other kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon had many killing formations and could completely deal with them. Then, the three discussed again and prepared to set up a killing trap. As for the location of the attack, they chose the northern region. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't want to run anymore. Moreover, the northern region were far away from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If they really killed the Saintess of all beginnings, it would be convenient for them to escape. These days, the northern region was very lively because everyone was talking about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Logically speaking, although the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun was a holy sun, the Myriad Thunder Holy Land was not in the northern region. If they wanted to talk, they would be talking about the 4 symbol saints, the Liang clan's eldest son, or the geniuses of the remote antiquity clans. But why were they talking about the Saint Almighties? Because Almighties is Almighties est Almighties is Almighties is to know. A saint, a prodigy, had actually lost to a wandering cultivator. This was definitely earth-shattering news. Alas Almighty to talks to know the alto twos toto tu. Aluto ala t heat teas. However, it wasn't long before another piece of news came from the Northern Territory, and it caused an uproar. It even overshadowed the 10,000 Thunder Saints' defeat. Have you heard? I got a big piece of news recently. It's too exciting. What news can be more important than the Saint Almighty's defeat? Everyone was puzzled. In their opinion, the Saint's defeat was already big news. Could there be more terrible news? Did you know that someone is secretly auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment? What? In the restaurant, the warriors all spat out the wine in their mouths when they heard this. They widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What did you say? Say it again. To be honest, this was too shocking. However, someone said, Yes, you didn't hear wrong. Someone is auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. The Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. Are you kidding me? Everyone didn't believe it at all. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, someone was auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. Were they trying to pull the Saintess down from their pedestal? The Saintess and Saintess were the top almighties of the younger generation. Their strength was even stronger than the older generation. It could be said that they were the most powerful existences below the almighties. Some powerful saintesses were even able to compete with the almighties. But recently, there had been negative news about such a powerful, godlike figure. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment was being auctioned. However, some people shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Are you kidding me? Who is the Saintess of all beginnings? Her undergarment is such a private thing. How could it be leaked? It must be fake. Yes, someone must have made a fake undergarment with ulterior motives. They want to frame the Saintess of all beginnings. What do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. However, the person who spread the news was extremely angry. Not long ago, he had attended a very private small party. At that party, he had seen the Saintess's undergarment. At that time, he was so shocked that he spread the news. But now, these people in the restaurant didn't believe it. It was really infuriating. You saw it with your own eyes. What does it look like? Also, how can you be so sure that it's the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment and not someone else's? Because I found a very pure and heavy chaotic aura on that undergarment. Only the martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land have this kind of chaotic aura. Moreover, the residual aura on it is too terrifying. It surpasses the aura of an ordinary 6-star king. Which young woman do you think has this kind of chaotic aura? I can't think of a second person besides the Saintess of all beginnings. What? Chaotic aura. Is it really the Saintess of all beginnings? Hearing the other party's colorful answer, everyone was shocked. They didn't believe it before, but if someone really saw it with their own eyes and it contained a strong chaotic aura, then it might really be the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. But how could the Saintess of all beginnings lose such a private thing? Still, some people were confused. I don't know about this, but I heard another piece of news. It said that the Saintess of all beginnings once fought with someone and was caught. She was even stripped naked. That's why that undergarment appeared. Heavens! Everyone's scalp went numb. If this matter was true, then it would be a big joke. If no one knew about this matter, then forget it. But if it was spread out, then it would be a disaster for the Saintess of all beginnings and the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone had often discussed the All Beginnings Holy Land. Chapter 1862. The reason was that Lu Mingyue had been captured by someone in the Oblique Moon mystic world and had even become a maid. That was why she had been replaced by another disciple. However, no one had expected that such a thing would happen to the newly promoted all-beginning Saintess. It was truly shocking. This news spread like a gust of wind in an instant. In an instant, the entire northern region was discussing this matter. Moreover, this wasn't the end. This news continued to spread rapidly throughout the eastern wasteland. It wouldn't take long for the entire eastern wasteland to know about this matter. After all, this matter was simply too shocking. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this news alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. After all, an existence capable of becoming a saintess was not only powerful, but also incomparably beautiful. Such a person was a goddess in everyone's heart. However, no one had expected that someone would actually try to pull this goddess down from her pedestal. The female disciples were still fine. As for the male cultivators, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all gathered in the northern region. They wanted to see the legendary Saintess undergarment with their own eyes. The All Beginnings holy ground was a peerless holy ground. Its disciples roamed all over the eastern wasteland. Therefore, there were naturally disciples in the northern region. After they learned of this news, they were incomparably furious. They knew how great of an impact this news would have on the All Beginnings holy ground and their Saintess. Therefore, these people went crazy trying to stop this news. They didn't even hesitate to attack and kill the person who spread this news. However, they were unable to stop this because the news had already spread. Perhaps even if the entire All Beginnings holy ground was mobilized, they might not be able to suppress this news. That is, unless they killed everyone. However, this was impossible. Damn it. Hurry up and report this matter to the holy ground. The All Beginnings holy ground's cultivators had gloomy expressions as they hurriedly sent the news back. The All Beginnings holy ground was a peerless holy ground in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. It was incomparably powerful. The name All Beginnings was derived from the time when heaven and earth were created. Moreover, they cultivated the primal chaos laws. It could be said that although they had never produced a great emperor, their foundation was still extremely terrifying. The All Beginnings holy ground occupied an enormous amount of spirit veins. The scenery inside the holy ground was breathtaking. Mountains, rivers, and rivers covered the entire area. Strange peaks converged there. Steep cliffs towered from the ground to the sky. Pine trees were contending with each other on the cliffs, strange rocks were contending with each other on the strange peaks, smoke and clouds filled the valleys, and multicolored lights were flowing on the cliffs. The spiritual chi was even denser, as if it was a paradise on earth. On top of a spiritual mountain, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, bathing in the morning glow and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Around her, streams of chaotic energy circled around her. It was extremely mysterious, making her look like a fairy. This mysterious woman was the Saint of All Beginnings. Her entire being was incomparably ethereal like a fairy. Her slender jade-like hands were constantly changing seals. It was very obvious that she was cultivating a profound ultimate divine ability. However, in the next moment, a ray of chaotic light came from afar, streaking across the void like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of her in an instant. Then, the primal chaos light flickered, and a jade slip appeared on top of it. The Saintess of All Beginnings opened her eyes when she felt the change in the spiritual power of the void. Stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes. Next, she raised her slender hand and opened the jade slip. Then, he used his soul power to sense. But soon, her face turned gloomy. Two beams of sharp light shot out from her eyes and tore the void in front of her apart. Not only that, but the chaotic energy on her body also erupted in an instant, sweeping in all directions and forming a terrifying chaotic domain. At this moment, the Saintess of All Beginnings no longer had her previous ethereal and elegant appearance. Instead, it was replaced by a thick murderous aura that soared into the sky. It turned out that the information transmitted by the jade slip was what was happening in the northern region. Who is it? How dare he frame me behind my back? When I find out, I will tear him into pieces. The Saintess of All Beginnings' expression was cold. The next moment, her figure flickered and she left the spiritual mountain. In the northern region, the winds and clouds were changing and undercurrents were surging. Because after the incident with the Saintess undergarment, there was news that someone was going to display the undergarment for everyone to see. As soon as this news came out, everyone was shocked and directly caused an uproar. Because until now, they had only been talking about it and hadn't seen the real undergarment at all. But now, someone was going to take it out to see it. This really made them excited. For a time, everyone was looking forward to it. They all rubbed their fists and prepared to go and see it. Because whether it was real or fake, they would miss it. The cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land in the northern region were gnashing their teeth. They were also preparing to go and see it. Of course, they weren't going to admire the undergarment, but to investigate this matter. If the Saintess undergarment really existed, they would snatch it back at all costs and kill the other party. Moreover, they also wanted to find out who was behind this matter and what their purpose was. For a time, the winds and clouds in the northern region changed. Everyone was waiting for the latest news about the Saintess undergarment. On the other side, in the city, Lin Xian disguised himself as an ordinary person and mixed in with the crowd. Seeing the crazy situation in the northern region, the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. Of course, he was the one who spread the news. This matter was also planned by him, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon. This was just the beginning. They naturally wanted to attract the Saintess of all beginnings. Of course, before that, they really had to show the Saintess undergarment in their hands. Otherwise, the Saintess of all beginnings wouldn't believe them. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Xian's body faded and disappeared into the crowd. In a mountain range far away from the city, Lin Xian stood on the top of a mountain and looked down. Lu Mingyue and the dark red divine dragon were standing beside him. The three of them didn't come here to admire the scenery. They were preparing to show the Saintess undergarment in a few days. Below, the mountain range was continuous and the trees towered into the sky. The peaks were like divine swords, piercing into the sky. Lin Xian looked down and smiled. I think this place is good. It's suitable for our next action. The dark red divine dragon nodded. There's a spiritual vein below. Although it's not big, it can provide energy for us to set up a formation. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lu Mingyue was even more anxious. Okay. Lin Xian smiled. They had searched for many days and finally found a good place. Then, the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and went down to set up a formation between the mountains. Lin Xian and the others knew that the Saintess of all beginnings couldn't come in such a short time. Even if she came, she wouldn't do anything. Everyone was suspicious that they didn't have the Saintess undergarment, so he showed it first. Chapter 1863. This was because they wouldn't allow any negative news about the All Beginnings Holy Land to spread. They would definitely take action when the time came. Therefore, Lin Xian had to make arrangements in advance to prevent the chaos of war when the time came. After 5 days, the dark red divine dragon finished setting up the array. This time, there was a spirit vein underground that could provide a powerful energy source. Therefore, they didn't need too many precious materials to complete the array. There was a transmission array that could allow Lin Xian and the others to escape in a moment of crisis. Even if they encountered an almighty expert, they wouldn't need to worry. There was also a defensive array and an offensive array. In short, it was very comprehensive. It was enough for Lin Xian and the others to deal with it safely. After setting up the array, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon left. They arrived at the nearest city. Inside the city, everyone was talking about the remaining news. They were all guessing who it was that dared to make a move against the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone guessed that it was some powerful Holy Land, ancient aristocratic family, or some mysterious power. Of course, they never imagined that the mastermind behind all this would be a single person. Moreover, it was a loose cultivator. They never imagined that a single person would dare to provoke a peerless Holy Land. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. After entering the city, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue entered the Black Earth. The two of them were too eye-catching. As for Lin Xian, he changed his appearance and turned into an ordinary king. Then, he entered the restaurant. He walked to a table near the window and ordered a pot of spirit wine and several exquisite dishes. Then, he silently tasted them. The restaurant was very lively. The majority of the cultivators were discussing the matter of the saintess undergarment. Say, who do you think did this? How could they be so daring? Who knows? The All Beginnings Holy Land is so powerful. It must have clashed with many powers over the years. Maybe it's one of them. I'm not interested in who it is. What I'm interested in is when the exhibition will begin. I can't wait to see that undergarment. That's right. I wonder what happened between that person and the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. He actually managed to obtain the saintess undergarment. He's my idol. I must aspire to become someone like him. Forget it. You want to have ideas about the saintess. Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death? Everyone was discussing and laughing non-stop. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from downstairs. It was as if thunder had exploded and reverberated throughout the entire space. Hearing this voice, everyone stiffened and felt suffocated. It was as if they had been struck by thunder, and their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian naturally heard this cold snort and immediately frowned. Naturally, he could sense the terrifying power that came from this cold snort. It was at least a 6-star King Realm expert, and it was very powerful. However, no matter how strong this power was, it had no effect on him. One had to realize that even the Holy Sons couldn't do anything to him, let alone a mere 6-star King tier. He quietly picked up the spirit wine on the table and tasted it while looking at the stairs in front of him. Because there was the sound of steady footsteps. The footsteps were extremely heavy and carried an indescribable rhythm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to breathe. The entire second floor of the restaurant was silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the stairs. Not long after, a figure appeared there. It was a youth with a handsome appearance that seemed to have been carved with a knife. He looked confident and at ease, but the light in his eyes made people not dare to underestimate him. Moreover, his expression was extremely gloomy and cold. It even contained a biting cold killing intent. Who was talking about the All Beginnings Holy Land just now? The youth asked coldly after arriving on the second floor. His ice-cold gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept through the surroundings. Sensing this sharp gaze, many people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. That was because this gaze was too sharp and contained a powerful energy. Moreover, the crowd also noticed the symbol of the All Beginnings Holy Land on his clothes. It was clear that he was a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Before such an expert of the All Beginnings Holy Land, the majority of the people lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. After all, they didn't dare to provoke him. Seeing that no one was speaking, the youth snorted coldly. The exhibition was simply a joke. The news was planted to frame me. It never happened, yet you all still believed it. I, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, am as pure as ice and as powerful as jade. How could someone steal my undergarment? That's just a bunch of nonsense. Don't let me hear anything about the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. This youth was extremely domineering. His words were filled with warning and biting cold killing intent. Hearing this, many people shivered and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the All Beginnings Holy Land was about to launch a counterattack. On the side, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He didn't refute this youth. After all, he would soon hold his first exhibition. However, what surprised him was that he didn't refute this youth. Instead, someone else in the restaurant spoke up to refute this youth. Just because you say there isn't one, there isn't one. The news has already spread throughout our northern region. Moreover, the exhibition will be held in a few days. There is definitely one. Don't think that just because you are a member of the All Beginnings Holy Land, you can rely on your powerful cultivation to oppress others. If you have the ability, try oppressing me. This voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't place the All Beginnings Holy Land in his eyes at all. When the others heard this, their eyelids twitched violently. Who was this ferocious person? He actually dared to go against the All Beginnings Holy Land. Did he not want his life anymore? After the youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land heard this, his expression sank. He didn't expect that there would actually be someone who dared to oppose him. This person was truly courting death. In the next instant, he turned his head and stared at the person who had just spoken. In a cold voice, he asked, "Who are you? Come here and die." As he spoke, 2 rays of primal chaos light shot out from his eyes. The rays of primal chaos light transformed into sharp blades that pierced forward. "You want to attack?" That person laughed wildly. "It seems that your All Beginnings Holy Land has a guilty conscience. What's wrong? You want to silence me?" His voice was like thunder. It vibrated unceasingly. Many people felt their blood boil. A crack appeared in the void and swallowed the 2 rays of primal chaos light. What? He actually blocked it. Everyone was startled. The youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land also furrowed his brows. The other party's strength was actually not his. This truly surprised him. At this moment, he finally faced the other party head-on. The surrounding cultivators also cried out in alarm. For Symbol's Holy Land. They discovered that the person who had spoken was a tall youth. His figure was tall and sturdy. He resembled a humanoid monstrous beast. In the entire northern region, only the people from the 4 Symbols Holy Land possessed such terrifying strength. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.